the harder it is to get that beautiful white colour. In the UK, luckily for consumers, we have the Hallmarking Act that's some 400 or 500 years old now, and it protects the consumer against scrupulous people that are mis-selling gold and mis-selling silver. So it's different on different weights. For silver, you have to hallmark anything over 7.5 grams, or it's a strange number actually, it's 7.78 something, which is the old penny weight. The government decided they didn't want to have to hallmark their own pennies, but anything more than the old penny weight, you have to hallmark. When it comes to gold, being a more precious metal, they decided that anything over 1 gram, any article of gold over 1 gram, must carry a hallmark if it's set into jewellery. In fact, if you get right at the top end at platinum, anything over 0.5 gram needs hallmarking. But the great thing with gold is when you're putting gold into a jewellery piece that you're making yourself, you really are, what I say, adding inherent value. Gold will always be gold, it will always be kept, it can always be melted down and turned back into cash later on. And I always say that gold is like wearable investments. It's a way, and certainly all my good friends in India, where we make most of our lovely jewellery, they also really subscribe to this belief that every spare penny you've got, you put into gold because you can wear it, you can enjoy it, and it's there for the family and the next generation.
Gemma Crow brings you into the world of patina. You'll create stunning effects with the guidance of Gemma right beside you. This DVD includes adding texture to your designs, preparing your metal, applying the patina, neutralizing process, and finally, the finishing process. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
When we were with you last year in China, you had some big sizes that were clean, but today all the big sizes look very included. Is that what's coming from the mine? More inclusions?
Yeah, have more better quality. Also, this is not clean.
Yeah, that's right.
Clean material.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
like this clean.
So clean to one size, then above that the sizes are getting more included.
Every size can get, but quantity, depends on quantity.
It's a lot smaller today.
Yeah.
Yeah, a few years ago the quantity was great coming out the mine on the bigger sizes, but today the smaller sizes are nice, they're clean up to about 0.5 carat, but beyond that they're quite included. So it's quite a good job. We did a lot of business a few years ago.
Yeah.
Hello my lovelies, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Big thank you to Claire McDonald for this morning. Now I've got a very exciting, very sparkly, very vintage looking Fleur Hastings today. Very glamorous young lady.
Thank you.
You look absolutely magnificent, darling.
Oh, thank you.
You do, you look brilliant.
I look like I could sit on the top of a Christmas tree, don't I?
Oh no, you look absolutely gorgeous. That thing in your hair is amazing.
Yeah, I didn't make it. I bought it.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? You could make it though.
I'm going to wear it to school, I think, to pick the kids up for
Oh,
next
please
week.
do.
Yeah.
Please don't get changed. Please definitely go and pick the kids up in that outfit. Yeah. What? There's nothing. No, sorry. Just got up. Right then, got a lovely hour for you. Fantastic hour. And then you've got a wonderful afternoon with Fleur. Fantastic demos. I'm just looking at the jewellery. If you love pearls, today's the day for you because the jewellery that Fleur's made is incredible. Right then, so shall I show you these? These are amazing, brilliant value for money as well. What I'm going to offer you today is some sterling silver mounts. Could be pendants, could be earrings, could be bracelets, could be whatever you would like, with some lovely hearts in Swiss blue, beautiful topaz, with a phenomenal gem quality cut. Aren't they beautiful? I've got them on the side so that you can actually see the heart on the side. You can see the little heart shape. Sterling silver mounts. 5 of them, okay? So I'll show you the sterling silver mount as well, okay? So that's the lovely heart in the Swiss Blue Topaz. It is just to remind myself, it is a 1, 2, 3, 4 prong set. So again, you just got to, there are tutorials on the website on Jewellery Maker teaching you how to set those prongs for you. It's that's how your heart pendant, obviously it'll be suspended the other way. There are 2 connectors at the loops at the top and the bottom. You could make an entire Swiss Blue Topaz bracelet if you wanted to, if you bought a few sets of these, couldn't you? And then link them with some sterling silver. It would just look gorgeous. Okay, now I did just try, I don't have the prong setting tool in the studio, but I did just balance one in position for you, just to give you, oh, it's just gone a bit, hang on, just to give you an idea. Now, it's not set properly, but it just gives you a little bit of an idea. Now, we've got the naughty D on in the producer's chair, so it's blue, isn't it? Okay, it is blue heart pendants. I've had to turn them upside down because otherwise it will drop out, but just tease those prongs into position. You've got a very professional finish. As I said, there are 5 in total in sterling silver with your Swiss Blue Topaz. And what I'll do actually is I'll show you the heart again. Okay, half the stock's already gone. I only have a few remaining. We have gone to an incredible £16.95. What's that each? £3.39, including the Swiss Blue Topaz heart. Do you know the heart's a really hard shape to cut? Because the lapidurist has to start with a pear drop, and then as they start with the pear drop at the sort of fat bottom, they've got to put the cleavage end into it, the nick, like the little nick at the top. That's where it can all go wrong, because it could split. But 3 chances, that's it, nearly gone. £16.95, £3.39 for sterling silver mounts with a heart-shaped cut Swiss Blue Topaz.
And if you got those beautiful stacker rings from earlier that you had,
weren't they lovely,
that would make
Fleur?
a beautiful suite with the Swiss Blue Topaz strand as well.
That strand was amazing. It
was beautiful.
Amazing, that strand. I've never seen such a Swiss Blue Topaz on that and the opal. We've been really spoiled this morning, we have. So well done everybody on those. Congratulations, congratulations. Now, talking of stacker rings, we've saved these for you. They're lovely. They are, you're gonna absolutely love. Now, can I show you the one on its own first? Because yes, they are a pair of stacker rings, but you don't have to wear them together. Now, I know Mirabelle has got, one of our lovely Jewellery Maker audience, she's got one of these. Oh, I've got a little bit of a, sorry, let me see if I can just get that, sorry, let me just get that off. Sorry about that, let's try again. Sorry about that. So you've got that beautiful V stacker ring, isn't that lovely? Now, this is size 9 R to S. It's a little bit big for me, but it will, if I just hold that like that, you see, because it does sit flat, but I'm only a size 6. So size 9 is 3 sizes larger than my finger, but look at that. Set with those beautiful, look at that, oh my, sparkling white topaz. See, I'd wear that on its own, but we're going to give you the chance to wear the stacker ring as well. Okay, so that goes into there. Okay, so it will sit in. And then what you've got is 2 different chances. Okay, what I'm going to give you is beautiful sparkling rhodolite garnet. So again, imagine when you've got the red garnet into that ring there, look, with the sparkling white topaz. Doesn't that look wonderful, the red and the white? Okay, and then I'm also going to give you the chance to own a diamond-like, would you believe? Oh, hang on, have I got that in my tweezers quite right? I might have just about to drop that, sorry. Yeah, can I hold that a bit better? Sorry. Tell you what I'll do, I'll try and actually pop it in if I can. Oops, alive this serenite. Oops. I'll tell you what, I'm having all right. I've had I've had some successes with tweezers this morning, and I've had a few, I need my pliers. I need my gem setting pliers, really. Sorry, hang on a sec. I'll try one more time. I need my gem setting pliers. There we go. Here we go. So, you've got your solitaire. It can either be your garnet or it can be your serenite. Really pretty, isn't it? So red of the garnet or the champagne hues of your serenite, which was always thought to be a diamond. You can only get serenite from Jewellery Maker or Gemporia currently. Plus that lovely V stacker ring. So you could wear them independently. They don't have to be worn together if you don't want to. But the idea is that they are a stacker ring. So, shall I give you that look? Now, please, I'm going to have to tilt it very gently because I've not prong set it properly yet. I've just slotted it into position for you. Look at that. Are you ready for the price on these? Sparkling white topaz. And bearing in mind, £17.95, and we're already talking less than £9 a ring, and we're not stopping there. How about we bring you for £6.48 each one of those rings? And bearing in mind, don't forget as well, with that you're going to have either the serenite and the sparkling white topaz V-shaped stacker ring. Plus, don't forget, in addition, you've still got the rhodolite garnet. So you could either make the rhodolite garnet or you could make the serenite. Oh, sorry, I do apologise. I don't know what is going on with me and with my tweezers today. I do apologise. Yeah, so brilliant. Isn't that incredible, Fleur?
I'd definitely be buying two, because I bet the V-shaped ring would look beautiful encasing it. So you'd have three, then you'd have a spare ring, and then another two gemstones as well. So you could make up as well.
Yeah, I like the idea of that, Fleur. Look at that. So either rhodolite garnet. Oh, goodness me. Sorry, everybody. Sorry about this. They're alive. They're alive with colour, I know that. So serenite or rhodolite garnet with your beautiful sparkling white topaz V-shaped stacker ring for £6.48 a piece. How many of these have we got, Dion? I've only got 28. Oh, sorry. I've only got 28. That I do apologise. Okay, so for that I do apologise. Look at that together. Isn't that classy? Or should I say classy? Should we think that's terribly classy, everybody? Do you? Terribly classy. I mean, if you looked at that there, right, let's just say you were in a magazine, right, you were reading one of these posh magazines, right, you know, fashion magazines, and you saw that in a photograph on a magazine, yeah? You saw that, it looks like a diamond, doesn't it? Would you, now look at the price tag on the graphics. You would never believe it, would you? You would never, now did you see that, everybody? I didn't even move. I didn't, it jumped, didn't it? Did everybody see that? It jumped. It was not me. Naughty serenite. Yeah, it sounded like that song. It was me. I'll just pop in. Oh, the rhodolite. Gee, I'd buy that for the rhodolite garnet. I really would. That rhodolite garnet is... I've just had a Larique Rajasthan garnet pendant, and it's beautiful. Now, somebody's just said, could you, because I'm waffling on about the gem setting toolkit, aren't I? Somebody said, could you show us that? Yeah, of course we can. Now then, look at that. Just quickly showing you the rhodolite garnet as well. Look, there we go. See, just got to put, now, of course, those prongs will go flush because they'll sit and be folded over onto that lovely rhodolite garnet. But the rhodolite garnet, look at that, look how open in colour it is. Looks like a peony, doesn't it? Amazing. Louise just said, I'm just thinking, oh, sorry. It's gone. Okay, what was the message? The two diamond stackers would look great together. Yeah, you were saying that, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so two of those together would look lovely. Okay, so I'll leave the last couple with you. I haven't got many left. But I kept going on about when I was trying to pick that up. Oh, I could do with a gem setting toolkit. So we thought we'd show it to you. Brilliant. I know, because I've seen this week. Brilliant price tag. It's Jewellery Maker branded. Okay, 8-piece tool set. Now, we've been demonstrating this cheeky tool all week because it is amazing. It's got so many usages. And basically, it's if I just very, very quickly show it, it's a ring clamp. And all you do, take the wedge out the bottom. This is a tool that genuine professional jewellers use. And then you can put a conditioning cloth in there if you want to, but it is soft in there as well. And then put the ring or whatever you're working on into the top there. And then all you do, put your wedge in the bottom, and if you watch the top, look, it just closes it up, look. Do you see? See? So it closes it up, so take that out again, put your ring in there, and then you just literally close it up, and it keeps it nice and secure. But when we were using the professional big gizmo tool the other day, I was saying, as you're winding the gizmo, if you pop that on the end, it keeps it on the end where the wire, as it's going up, it keeps the tension. It's really, really, really clever piece of kit. This is what I wanted. So these for me are this and this, because this will edge over your prongs. So these are the three main parts of the kit. This is your gem setting tool pliers. They are brilliant, and that would, instead of, see, look, because they're thicker and they're curved, they're so much easier to pick your gemstones up with. That is your brilliant sort of prong for taking your. I've got prong lifter. So I've got prong lifters, I've got to actually lift the prongs up, I've got the prong tool to actually fold the prongs over. There are tweezers in here, and they are diamond tweezers. Okay, so you've got, that's just 3 of the tools, plus the ring clamp, that's 4. I'll just pop some of these back. Oh, I'm not sure where they all came from then. I'll put the, they didn't go in that direction. But got your tweezers. This is your, what's classed as a vernier. It's in brass. With all your measures on there as well. So you've got your setting pliers, your ring clamp, your brass vernier, your burnisher straight, your diamond tweezers, your bezel pusher, your prong lifter that's chromed, and your pin vise. Are you ready for this? I don't think you're going to be. We're not stopping there. No. This is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. This kit. You ready? Not stopping there. $12.95.
So for under £30, you could get it, and that's a new hobby for somebody.
Absolutely.
For under £30.
Absolutely.
I've just my boys play rugby, and I've just had to go and kit them out with new rugby boots, and that wasn't £30.
No.
Just for one.
Exactly.
One hobby.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's incredible, isn't it? I go into a restaurant. I mean, if you go into a restaurant, you get charged more than that for a bottle of wine, don't you? We went into a restaurant the other week and had a bottle of wine. It was £36. I was like, what? I was a bit paying myself. Oh, no, hang on a second. Can I just say, at that price point, these are going to go ever so quick. I've only got a limited number now. Natasha in Angus, Ruth in Kent, Gail in Lancashire. I've got collectors in Staffordshire, Essex. I've got Isabel in Angus, Mary in Warwickshire, and our lovely Maureen in Greater London. I know I haven't put them back they do go in there. I just haven't put them back in very, very, very nicely, have I? $12.95. I mean, I don't even think we could make it for $12.95. We've got to be selling that at a loss, haven't we?
I think the ring clamp, I'm sure that's $6.95 just by itself, the ring clamp.
Well, I was going to say, that's got to, with all due respect, at $12.95, I'm thinking the ring clamp, which can be used for a plethora of usages, and to pick up your gemstones with those gemstone setting pliers, just for those 2 pieces alone, the ring clamp and the gem setting plier, that has got to be $12.95's worth. So the other 6 tools plus the case is basically free of charge.
I use my ring clamp for plaiting wire, so I put all the ends of my wire in and then I plait it. And then you can either set the ring clamp in a vise or pop it between your knees and just plait away.
Well, when I was with Laura Binding yesterday, that's exactly what, well, Laura did a similar thing. She put all 4 wires in there, she put the wedge in, because she said otherwise you can, when you're weaving with wire, she was saying, you can actually get very tense on your hand and it stops it being enjoyable. So she actually put it in there, held all the 4 wires, and then she just started weaving. She just used it for that. So it doesn't have to just be, don't get hung up thinking, oh, it's only for gem setting. Absolutely not. That there alone, plus that pair of pliers, in my opinion, are worth the $12.95. Everything else, even if you do or don't use it, that's everything else is a bonus.
And those tweezers are brilliant as well.
Oh, the diamond tweezers. You can't live without diamond tweezers.
If you knot gemstones with tweezers, I use an awl, but some people use tweezers. They are perfect for that job as well.
These are the bee's knees tweezers, aren't they?
They are.
There's tweezers, and then there's Jewellery Maker diamond tweezers. And they're brilliant, and that there is your textured bit for actually sort of. It means that it's not. It grips, the finger grips very easily, and they're gonna. Can you see inside as well? They've got the same sort of, so that you can pick up your gemstone nice and easily because it's got that little textured section on the end as well. They are genius tweezers. They really are absolutely fantastic. Now, Shazza said, whoop whoop. Woo, Fleur, you look fantastic, doll. She does, doesn't she, Shazza? She went, I'm looking forward to today's show. Oh my, what a fantastic day I'm having with Dion and friends. Oh, such a lovely time. You do look amazing, Fleur.
I've got a nice peacock headpiece for Sunday show as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, I quite like
Sunday
these.
as well?
Yeah, Sunday late show as well, yeah, with chainmail.
You're on with Martha. You nearly got me, but Martha's grabbed it.
Yeah.
She wants to be with you, she said. Anne said, tried to buy these at separate items and it came to over £50. Well, there you go, Anne. That doesn't surprise me, Anne. I've seen these elsewhere for £20, I can tell you that right now. Just the ring clamp. So brilliant. Oh, thanks for that, Anne. Do you know, as I said, it is nice when customers sort of back up what I'm saying, that, you know, we're way below where we should be. Okay, we've got another showstopper for you. I mean, we've practically sold out of every showstopper and star buy we bought you so far. The kits have blown out the door today. Well done. The opal went, the tanzanite went, the emeralds. Get ready, showstopper. Okay, brilliant value for money these are. Absolutely fantastic. Now, we gave you that amazing strand of natural Zambian emerald for $12.95 a moment ago, didn't we? Absolutely amazing. So what we thought we'd do is we've got some emerald nuggets in here, along with some findings for you. And you get the little, it comes with a little plastic sleeve that goes over the top, but I've taken that off so you can actually see all those lovely findings there for you. They are in fact gold plated. And you get, do you know, would you believe in there, you've got about 80 pieces in there. Now, everybody always asks me to show the chain, so I'll show you the chain. They're great for starters, for people that are just starting out with jewellery making, because you've got everything you could possibly need to start a piece of jewellery. You've got this beautiful chain. It is 40 centimetres, and that is what's classed. We don't see this very often, actually, on Jewellery Maker. It's a real treat. It's twisted oval link chain. Can you see? Can you see, look, if I just turn that on the edge, look how they're twisted, look. So they don't sit flat, they're like a 3D chain, aren't they? Lovely. So 40 centimetres of the oval link chain there. We've then got for you, there are, just so I can show you these, there are two lobster clasps, both the same size. If I can just hold those in my little fingers there for you. So two of those. You've got 15 carats of the emerald nuggets. Two of your very nice, good sized actually, lobster clasp, 10 by 6 mil. We've got two of the toggle bars as well. So I'll just quickly see if I can just get through as many of these as I can. There are two of these. Okay, so two of those. Lovely classical toggle clasp. Really subtle, really elegant actually. Very sophisticated. Two of those. We've then also got two of the, can you see the chandeliers? I love those. And the shepherd hook earrings. We've got two pairs of shepherd hook earrings. And then we've got these chandeliers as well, which I'll show you. I love those connectors with those loops. Do you?
I think Jan, I'm sure it was Jan that manipulated one to make it like a bead cap.
She did. You're absolutely right. She did. So it's like two pairs of the shepherd hook and four lots of the chandeliers actually. So it's two pairs actually of chandeliers if you call it classic like that. Then we've got some jump rings for you. Open jump rings in 6 mil. Brilliant. Open jump rings in 6 mil as well. All gold plated. Do you know as well, and we keep talking about gold because we're launching 9 carat gold findings tomorrow on the morning show. But these, when we gold plate, you do know that they are 18 carat gold plating. It's incredible. So you're going to get, how many of those you get? 20 of those. Oh, very generous. 20 of those. And then I've got some of these. If I can, oh, can I get any out? There's a question. I've got some of these beautiful little spacers. 50 of these actually, if I can just put a few on. Look at these. There are 50 gorgeous gold-plated little spacers. Aren't they lovely? So 80-piece finding. I've just dropped one of those on the floor, Mike, if you fancy having a little look for one. Literally went right just over there near you. Little gold tiny spacer. Okay, right then, if Mike can find one, because I've just accidentally, I'll have a look afterwards. So, plus, did I show you your emeralds look lovelies? 15 carats of emerald there. Everything you could need. There you go. 15 carats of beautiful emerald nuggets as well. Okay, you ready for this? It's a showstopper. I can't cope today. I'm done. I'm beyond, I'd like to say I'm beyond being surprised and shocked, but clearly not. 40 metres of chain, 2 toggle clasps, 2 lobster clasps, 20 open 6 mil gold plated jump rings. We've got 2 pairs of chandelier earrings, 2 pairs of shepherd hook earrings, and 50 gold plated copper round spacer beads and 15 carats of emerald for £4.50. Divide that by 80. We're going to be on pence, aren't we?
Yeah. And you can make so much out of these boxes. Well, straight away you can make 2 pairs of earrings. Yeah. Just some beautiful emerald earrings. And then I would take that chain and I'd cut it in half and then have 2 bracelets or an anklet and a bracelet.
Absolutely.
Add some head pins to it and just pop those beautiful emeralds on a head pin and have a charm.
Because they work so well with gold plated, don't they? Can I just say something? Right. Forget the fact that you've got 15 carats emerald if you can't take that out your head for a minute, right? Just for the findings, 6 pence each, gold plated, 18 carat gold plated, and then we've basically thrown in the emerald free of charge. Now that has created, understandably, little bit of a wait on the telephone, but the good news is it's free phone. So 0800 6444 655, free phone. Okay, that's the good news. £4.50. Mandy, and she's Liverpool. Aren't you, Mandy? She went, hi, Zena. Have come home early to join you. She said, what have I missed? I daren't tell you. I'll be honest. I actually daren't tell you. Yeah, have a look on the website. Sit yourself down, and I would get yourself on the website because you need to get Claire McDonald's DVD. You do. You need to get. You do. Could we pop that on? Because if you miss that, you got to get it. Mandy, honestly, we've never had a Claire McDonald DVD. It's all about how to wire right. It is brilliant. Best £4.95 you'll spend, I tell you. Other than the £4.50 here, obviously. But yeah, the DVD. Oh, sorry, we'll just change that. CITY, so City 09. Just launched this morning. We're just nearly 1,000 people have got this now. I was talking over 700 earlier. We're up to nearly 1,000 people have got that DVD. It will sell out. Absolutely guaranteed will sell out. She won Design of the Year. Did our lovely Claire. You got an award as well, didn't you, Fleur? What did you get?
DVD of the Year.
DVD of the Year.
I didn't wear my award like Claire wore.
Yeah, Claire wore her award.
Yeah.
Did you see it on the show with me?
Yes,
Round her neck.
yeah,
Bless her.
yeah.
She's a happy little soul, isn't she?
She cried when I told her because I phoned her up and told her, and she was crying on the phone.
Oh, did she? Bless her. She's very humble. You all are, though. You're all very humble. Now, when we take something like this, a £4.50, pretty much a guaranteed sellout, so I would grab it while you can. Those chandeliers are lovely, aren't they? Oh, yeah. Now, somebody's just asked me a question. Zena, can you tell me if those chain nose pliers are the ones Laura talks about, uses and has? Oh, is it the chain nose pliers that we took to, was it £3.95 earlier? Yeah, sorry, I left some pliers over there a minute ago, but I think they've been put away. The chain nose pliers that Laura's always going on about, yeah, I think they are, yeah? I think they are. Yeah, well, that's the only type that we've got, so... She's got two types that use chain nose, and then there's some really thin pointed end ones. They're not those ones, they're the chain nose. She uses both all the time, but if you talking about the chain nose pliers that we took to £3.95 earlier, they are the ones that Laura uses. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. Is that okay? Right then. Okay. Oh, this is... Oh, wow. Oh, do you know, it's such a treat to see round Labradorite, isn't it? This is going to be a star buy. Coming up, we'll do one more. Look at that. Look at those blues. Look at these blues coming through. Ooh, smoking. And rounds. I know, rounds of Labradorite. I'll put these to one side. That's going to come up in one auction's time. That's it, okay? Okay. Tell you what, we've gone a bit mad on showstoppers and star buys today, haven't we? Woo! Ah, it's here. Now, I love this little tool. It's brilliant. Now, if you like working with your wire, which I know a lot of you do, this tool is brilliant. You know, when we're always talking about tucking your ends of your wire in and filing it down and making sure it's looked after and whatever so it doesn't scratch and catch. Well, this is how to round your wire with this beadsmith tool. There you go, beadsmith. And it's got a, have you just got this out of your little, that's a ring mantle bag, isn't it?
Yeah. I always carry this with me.
You love this, don't you?
Yeah, because I'm still learning wire work, and for me, the ends, to get them to tuck in nicely is a real problem. So yeah, if I
So can you talk us through how you use this, Flo, just briefly?
So basically, you get the end of your wire and you pop it into this little burr cup on the end there, and you literally it's a little bit like a file, like a nail file.
Yeah, exactly.
And all it's going to do is, where you cut your wire, it'll cut into a sharp point.
Yeah.
Where you can just take that sharp point off and just literally
do that.
Spin it in your fingers, and it'll just take down that sharp bit of wire which will then tuck in nicely, so that even if you don't get it, because some designs you can't get that piece of wire to tuck in because say you've got a spiral, it's just going to finish it off really nice. It's not going to catch on anybody's clothes or uncomfortable to wear.
And that's really important if you're working with wire. I think this is essential if you're a wire worker.
It's a fabulous tool, this.
And it's lovely and dainty. It's beautifully made, actually, isn't it?
It is.
And that burr cup on the end is European as well, so it is a European burr cup. And again, it's used to soften and file down the ends of your wires, so that's simple. Okay, so let's get the pricing for you. It's beadsmith, so we know it's great quality. We've gone clearance again, £4.95. We'll tell you what, we're pulling out all the stops, aren't we? brilliant quality when it's beadsmith. We know that. The wire rounding tool, what a brilliant, brilliant price. £4.95, and as Fleur's just said, she wouldn't be without hers. She got it, just happened to have it to hand there, didn't you?
Always with me.
Yeah,
always
brilliant.
with me.
Absolutely fantastic. So I'm yet to get one of these. I will get one of these at some point, but I'm yet to get one. But well done. Okay, right. I'd love to stay on that a little bit longer, but you know how it works. So that's the thing, and what I love about a lot of most. Well, I would say, I can't think of one that isn't easy. Very simple, the tools from Beadsmith and Jewellery Maker and things. And sometimes, like the Wags Y-Comb, the Gizmo coil tools, they're so simple, but yet they do make the task that you're working on so much easier.
Yeah. To file a piece of wire down with a hand file, you can slip off, you can file your finger. With that, it's so easy. Yeah. So it narrows down the amount of time that you've got to finish off that piece. Yeah. So like you were saying before, I was talking about the hours that you charge for a piece. It just brings little. Of course,
every little helps. Yeah. Okay, right then. Well, how about, do you fancy another star by, my lovelies? Everybody saying yes, please. It's Friday. Why the devil not? Coming up next. Hello, my lovelies. It is star by time. Now, I have got, in the kit that we had earlier with the lovely Claire, we had that beautiful white wire, brand new white wire, fantastic, with those big labradorite cabochons. So we thought we're going to have to bring you some labradorites, but not to go with the cabochons. We thought we'd give you a different shape. We thought we'd give you, you're not used to this, are you? Rounds, brilliant rounds, sizable as well at 8mm. 8mm rounds, and I tell you what, this will go lovely with the kit that Fleur's got this afternoon, because she's got beautiful pearls in her kit this afternoon in the next half an hour. So yeah, there we go. We have got 8mm rounds. Now, I keep talking, don't I, about the fact that you need to get labradorite out into natural daylight. But these, I'm just, look at that. Oh, look, you've got, I've never seen pink in a round. Blues and rounds. Oh my. Oh my, and don't forget, I'm not even giving you the best view, am I? And I'm not even giving you a tiny section of the strand there, but oh my goodness me, yeah, brilliant quality of labradorite rounds there, and it's absolutely packed with them. There's so many on this strand. They are lovely, beautiful labradorites there. They're so dreamy, and to get them in rounds, and they're totally natural. These, do you know where these are from? I think this location is one of the most fantastic locations for this gemstone, and that's why they're so amazing. They are from Madagascar. Madagascar natural labradorite. I've got to put them on my neckline, do you mind? Look at these. On one's décolletage.
It's beautiful.
It is a bit low. Look at the blue as I turn around. Oh. They are amazing. Lovely Labrador essence. Lovely. I mean, that what is known as that sort of adular essence, really, in a moonstone, because a moonstone's actually a transparent labradorite. It's so dramatic in labradorite. It got renamed Labrador essence because it's so incredible. You ready then? 160 carats of natural labradorite. She's done it. It's got blue in it. She said she's got blue in it. She said, I haven't finished yet. She said, hang on a minute, I haven't finished yet. £8.95. Look at that. Fleur's like, what are we doing? I've got to count them. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That is brilliant. 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46. I've got 50. 50 labradorites in a round. How often do we see round? I can count on one hand. 18 pence a labradorite.
We very rarely see it. I think as well with labradorite, rarely see it in these large rounds, but it looks so beautiful, faceted or unfaceted. I think it's one of the only gemstones.
Do you know, I totally agree with you.
That can hold its own. Yeah. Plain. Well, we call it plain, but it's not plain.
I've sort of called them smooth. I refuse to use the word plain.
Yeah, it's not plain.
It's offensive.
Yeah, it is, because they're certainly not plain.
There's no plain about those, is there?
There isn't, no.
And as you say, they're not 4mm, they're not 6mm, they are huge 8mm. And to get under £10 for 50 of them. What did I just say? 18 pence a labradorite. And they're natural, and they're Madagascan. It's a great location for labradorite. They are, and the great thing is totally unisex. I mean, gents could carry that off to perfection, couldn't they? Massive long list of you with it that I've already checked out. I've got almost equally as many waiting to check out. They're not going to be there long for $8.95. Not a chance, I'm afraid. Not a chance. I've gone ever so push. Again, they go lovely with that gold-plated finding kits we've just bought, or the 9-carat gold findings we're launching tomorrow. They go equally as great with copper, with rose gold, with yellow gold, with silver. That's the lovely thing, because some gemstones go better with different precious metals, but labradorite just seems to...
It's like a chameleon, isn't it? Yeah, it will go with anything.
Yeah.
And I would just make that, that would be on my wrist as a stretchy bracelet.
With
That would be on my collection.
like your beautiful jadeite and your, what have you got, lavakite and sunstone?
No, iolite and peach moonstone.
Oh, looks like sunstone from over here.
Yeah, so that would be going on there with that one.
Yeah, lovely. Marla. Oh, Maria. Sorry, it looked like Marla from... Oh, God, my eyes are going. Maria. Hi, ladies. What a show. She said, I broke my bank balance yet again. Oh, I hope you haven't really. She said, I'm looking forward to Fleur's I'll get my tea now. Fleur's Pearl Knotting Workshop in March. I like meeting people. Oh, I like meeting. Are you doing it? Are you going to your workshop?
Yeah, so it's the second pearl knotting one. We did one in January. There's one in February. There's one in March as well.
Do you know what date it is?
Did I do one in January?
Don't know.
I think so. Yes, yeah, I did, yeah.
Were you there?
I think, yeah, maybe I was there.
Can you remember the date in March? Or
it's the 15th.
15th.
But it's sold out. But
it?
there is another one, I think, in May as
Ooh,
well.
You're a bit popular, you, aren't you?
Yeah, I've got a chainmail experience as well, but that's sold out as well.
Yeah, I know. I tried to get on that.
Got another one of those in June.
Even a staff, I couldn't get on.
But they would look lovely pearl knotted between.
Wouldn't they just?
In my first kit, I've got lots of pearl knotting material.
Wonderful. And you've got pearls coming up in Fleur's kit coming up in about half an hour. Helen in Merthyr Tydfil, she said, hi all at JM, loving the shows today. Oh, thank you, Helen. That was really sweet of you. That's very kind. I just wanted to say that I've had a few strands of labradorite this week and they are beautiful. Just get some. I like that. You're quite right. Do you know, I ought to just sit here and just get some. It's a no-brainer. Good for you, Helen. And Lois, oh, you never let me down, do you, Lois, in Florida? You're so lovely. She said, hi, Zed. You and Fleur look lovely today, as always. She said, Fleur looks particularly spectacular, doesn't she? She said, I can't stop. Yeah, no, I think Lois, last time I spoke to Lois, she was about 33 strands she got. Sure she had. And I bet it's into 40s now, isn't it, Lois? She said, I can't stop buying labradorite from JM. They are always beautiful. Thanks, JM. Absolute pleasure, Sweet Pea.
I've bought labradorite every month since I started watching 5 years ago.
Have you?
Every month. I look back through my history, and every month, and not just one strand, because it for me.
So you're obsessed.
Yeah, but for me, it's a real good seller.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it.
A lot of people do say actually. A lot of people do say that actually, when they're trying to attract people to their strand, the very first thing that does attract people is labradorite.
It is.
Have I just picked the wrong one out? Sorry. Oh no, was it Donna? Donna earlier asked for mookaite. I think it was Donna. Now then, I've got mookaite. Mookaite, totally natural. So if you're looking at these thinking that colour is so vibrant, they've got to be dyed. Absolutely natural. From the Mooka Creek, there's only one location you get these from, in Australia, down under. And you get those, you get pale pinks look, you get almost bi-coloured, you've got those honey mustard tones, you get those beige, those caramels, those brick reds, creams. It's fascinating. But can you see, look, we've had these carved, look, into little leaf beads. Can you see, look? Isn't that lovely? Really, really pretty. Oh, that looks like it's got a raspberry ripple through it, look, like a donut. Doesn't it? Look like a donut then. Oh, I could just eat a sugary donut, could you, Fleur? Well, yeah. I've mentioned donut and Fleur's little face lit up. Like, so I think it was Donna. I'm not sure. If, I apologise, Donna, if it wasn't you earlier, but somebody did message in. And it's just beautiful. Now, mookite's actually fossilised and cemented into rock. It's fascinating. Now, I've only got 10 left. Less than... Oh, I tell you... Oh, Donna, it was you. I'm glad I remembered your name properly. Sorry, Donna. She's straight in. You're the first one to check out, Donna. Laura, Jeanette, they're going to sell out instantly. Tracy, Naya, Joanne, Susan, Jojo, $7.95 is superb. They're absolutely gorgeous. It's a very, very... Oh, sorry, very generous strand look. good length of strand on those mookites there. Mary and Brian, Debbie, Jojo, Joanne, they're nearly gone. How many have I got left? Gorgeous face, Dee. Oh, I've only got, how many? I've got 4 left. Oh, no, I haven't. Well, Donna, everybody else wants it clearly as well because they've just all gone. Oh, got a really good strand of Botswana agate now. Oh, Botswana in rounds again. Oh my good, look at these. This for me is, well, actually, do you know what Botswana agate is actually called? It's actually called the royal agate. So of the agate family, it is classed as royalty, don't you know? 10 millimetres of natural Botswana agate. Guess where it's from, Fleur?
Botswana?
Oh, yeah. I caught Sheila on a bad day once. I don't think she was concentrating or listening to what I said because I asked and she just looked at me as if to say, no idea. And I sat over here going, I think she was thinking about something else.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? She wasn't listening. So, but yeah, Botswana, funnily enough, 260 carats. Now, can we just zoom in on these? Because I want to show you that fascinating banding. Look at that. You could just stare and stare and stare at these, couldn't you? Now, Laura in Merseyside just said, I cannot wait to turn these into a necklace. Oh, I don't blame you, Laura. Shall I show you on the neckline? Do you know what I love about this as well? As Flo was just saying, if you are trying to entice people or make jewellery for people that you don't know, this is a safe bet because it's so interesting, so neutral. It's one of those things you can't not like. Yeah. Do you know what I mean, Fleur?
It's I've got quite a few strands of Botswana agate, and for me it's just the interest because each one is its own individual personality.
Unique, yeah.
So you can just showcase one in a pendant.
Yeah.
So if it's chain, I use it a lot for chainmail with my bare copper.
Yeah.
And I just put one as a showcase, and it's just like you say, you could just pick which one takes your fancy because there's so many different ones. And then I saw one earlier that's completely striped all the way around.
Yeah, they're just. I mean,
beautiful.
if I just again, if I just hold, it doesn't matter. They've got a variation of hue. They're totally fascinating in their stripes. Really, really fascinating.
They're like planets.
They are, aren't they? Yeah. Wendy's just said, no, will you girls just stop with the bargains? I am now bankrupt. But she has said roll on the floor laughing. So somebody messaged me that once, ROTFL, and I was thinking, what? But yeah, $11.95, phenomenal. Oh my word, we're giving it away. We're literally giving it away. Wendy, I'd like to say we will be stopping with the bargains, but it's never going to happen on Jewellery Maker, is it?
You'll look lovely at your bank manager, though, when you go to the bank.
Well, yeah, when you need to go and plead
fabulous
for an overdraft, you will look spectacular, won't you? Well, now, can I ask, madam, why is it that you're asking for an overdraft? Well, just look at me. Yeah, you would look resplendent, wouldn't you, Fleur? You're quite right. So, Wendy, I would love to be able to do what you've asked and actually say, no, the bargains are stopping, but it's not happening. Oh. I'll leave those last few with you because I haven't got long left of the show. Now, we've had quite a few messages actually saying from people, especially people that work in the public sector and nurses and things like that, saying that they're not allowed to wear danglies at work. Got to wear earring posts. Is that what you class them as, earring posts? Yeah. So we thought, well, I'll tell you what then, we'll bring you loads. Now, pretty little silver-plated earring posts. So silver-plated copper earring posts. The good news is, for those of you thinking, the price we're about to bring this to you at, do you bring us the butterfly backs? A lot of places don't, we do. So you can have the butterfly backs as well. 50 pairs. 50 pairs with the 3mm ball at the top, so £4.95. That's 10 pence each. And they're silver plated.
Do you know, with these butterfly back and earring posts, you can make shepherd hooks.
Yeah.
Once you've been making jewellery for a little bit, you can make your own shepherd hooks.
Yep.
it's very difficult to make earring posts because you need to solder. So you need to be able to solder pieces of metal together.
And a lot of people aren't comfortable soldering.
No, and you know, you need a little bit of equipment as well.
Of course you do, and it can be quite expensive.
It can be, and you know, you've then got to pickle them as well, and then put them in a tumbler to polish them.
Yep.
And at that price?
At that price, 10 pence. 10 pence per pair, and they're sterling silver, and they've got the loop in position all ready for you to suspend your gemstones. I mean, again, it's an absolute no-brainer, isn't it? Silver plated. And it's all, again, if you are selling your jewellery, it's always handy to have something for all occasion and every budget. So don't always think that people always want sterling silver. A lot of the time people do want copper and silver plated. Don't they, Fleur?
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, I tend to make with my chainmail pieces. I tend to make it up in silver plated and sterling silver, and then it caters for everybody's budget. And you can do exactly the same with these earrings as well. So you can create like big fashion style earrings. You know, that people can. You might want to only spend £5 to £10 depending on the gemstones that you're putting on there. You know, you might not want to spend £20 on a pair of earrings for a gift.
I think the thing to mention as well, we have to remember as well, I don't have any children, but the majority of people out there do have children. Now, when it's Mother's Day and things, I remember when I was younger and I used to save my pocket money up to buy my mum Lily of the Valley talcum powder or an orchid in a box from the vegetable shop. And these were I remember these, or a rum truffle I'd buy her from the cake shop, and and I'm not being rude, but it's like 50p. It was like probably half of my pocket money or whatever. So, and to be able for children as well to come and buy a pair of earrings in silver plated for their mum or or whatever, and at just £5, then incredible. Okay, right then. Shall I bring you something spectacular now? Oh, do you know, in the kit yesterday, I had some green amethyst with our lovely Laura Binding in a kit, and it was spectacular. If you got that kit yesterday, I would suggest getting these. £45 carats. Now, yesterday, the green amethyst was indeed concave cut. This is exactly what we've got here, and as I was saying yesterday, it is like, oh, we're going clearance on these, you're kidding me. They are Brazilian concave. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 on this particular strand. They are graduated slightly from 9 to 12 millimetre. I'll show you one on the next line. But I was saying yesterday, you know when you see a firework display, and the firework shoots up into the sky and then does that, and then just goes, and then does that, but it kind of comes out from the centre and does that. Look at this concave cut. That's exactly what a concave cut delivers. That firework explosion of gorgeousness. It really, really does. Now look at those. $32.95. Now, the green amethyst yesterday, unusual to get green amethyst, was $34.95, and we threw some wire into the kit. We're going to absolutely amaze you now on these. Look at the cut. Isn't that spectacular? She's actually giggling. $17.90. Genuinely, this is practically half price. That is effectively just shy of half the price that they should be. And my goodness me, you only need one of those. How many did I say? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Oh my word, if you've been looking at these and thinking, oh my goodness me, I am desperate to get that kind of grade of gemstone, that kind of facet work, £1.50 roughly a piece, each of those. That's high grade, isn't it, Fleur?
We used to sell them 3. We used to sell 3 of those for more than that, because I've got a pink amethyst, well, like a lavender amethyst one, very similar to that. We used to sell them for a lot more than that, just with 3, and you've got a whole strand, so you can do multiples of your earrings. And because they're mirror graduated, you just take the opposite each side of each one, and you've got and then the centre one is a pendant.
And that's what Fleur means. In case you're not sure what she means, what we mean is we mirror graduate. So basically, as you go down, those 2 are the same, 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 and then you normally have one in the middle that's slightly the larger one on its own. So you can mirror image, make perfect matching earrings. Again, with a large one, you could make a pendant, you could make a beautiful ring. They are absolute. As I said, for those of you watching the show yesterday with myself and Laura Binding, the green amethyst kit was $34.95 with some wire. And the green amethyst, Online on Jewellery Maker, it's $34.95. That is a definite, that's the price point we should be here. And we've just gone to $17.95. That is phenomenal. Now, I don't blame everybody that's just got to. Lola's got to. Collection Cambridge has just got to. Mary's just got to. Congratulations. I've got a big, long list. I'm a bit worried about how many of you are trying to check out, though. Enkana, Eleanor, Cheryl, Martina, Jeannie, Janice, Louisa, Margaret, Daisy, two lots of Margarets, Gwent and Merseyside, Michelle, another Margaret. Oh, Margarets are all, I tell you what, Margarets are all coming in. Margaret in Merseyside, Martina in Neath. I'm not going to have enough, I'm really sorry for that. Grab them as soon as you can. Well done. Now, if that were not enough, I'll tell you what, I'm having a lovely day. Where are we? What am I looking at? Come on. Sorry, I'm looking perplexed because they're not there. I think she's winding me up. Ah, right, okay, I've got it. Sorry. Oh, no, oh, these. You've only got to get one. You've only got to get one of these and it would make your day. Look at this. It's fascinating. It's a fossil. It's classed as a. It sounds an odd description actually, but it's classed as a fossil crude ammonite conch, and it's got this. It's a beautiful shell druzy. I'm going to show you the fascination. I'm going to show you all the way around. Look, absolutely fascinating. But to get that druzy in there, it's just, and it's fascinating to see the way it's formed, isn't it? So I'm looking at the big screen over there because we like to see these kind of things on the big massive plasma, don't we? It is amazing, isn't it? A fossilised ammonite. An ammonite, when you think that's where ammonites form, it's completely natural. Now, a lot of the time they will be dyed, but this is completely unenhanced, totally and utterly natural. And some of these are mined in and sourced from some of the most exotic locations, ancient seabeds we're talking about, to get hold of these. And if you think that, you know, millions and millions and millions of years ago, this would have once been the home of a, you know, probably an extinct crustacean now. I mean, this is real history, isn't it, of planet Earth. They're wonderful. I'd love to see that wire wrapped. Gorgeous. What do you think about that, Flo?
I think they're really beautiful. I don't know, my boys would love to own one of that, and they'd
exactly.
treasure it. They've got a little shelf in their bedroom with all their little treasures on, and they would treasure that. They would absolutely love it. I
went for a curry with my fella last night after work, and we had the conversation. I was talking about the fact that I'd had an ammonite on the show, and he said, you know, I want to get an ammonite cabochon, an actual fossilised ammonite. He said, and just put it on the window ledge. He said, I just want one. And that was the conversation we had over dinner last night.
They are, but they're beautiful in your display as well. Or,
yeah.
You know, just, you know, you can work it with your jewellery, but for me that would be in a display where I would photograph, say an ammonite, you know, if you did an ammonite piece of jewellery, you could have some of these in the background or lay it against it. Well, wonderful.
Claire, in the show this morning, Claire actually made some little stands out of the new white wire to put, I think you saw them, to put the, because you commented on this, that she'd made the stands, when putting the agate, blue agate and black agate, I was just saying, if you made a little wire stand out of the white wire that we had this morning and had that on display in your bathroom, how lovely would that look as well? Look beautiful, wouldn't it? And you could talk about all the history about the fossilised ammonite. Okay, should we get that price in for you because we were nearing the end of the show? $17.90. I'm not stopping there. I'm talking about, even if you were to make that into jewellery, that is a 140 carat fossil. And we've just taken 5 massive pounds off the price point. And again, we're talking, it's the vintage weekend, vintage fair show weekend. Friday, Saturday and Sunday, all day long, each day, the whole weekend. That's why Fleur's dressed so beautifully. You've got that gorgeous, make a most beautiful vintage piece of jewellery, actually, wouldn't it? Look at that, as I just turn it around. Philip in Staffordshire said, oh, I see now you're like me. He just said, hi all, I've got 3 of these on display. They're too nice for jewellery. So there you go. That's a lot of people do that. They don't put it into jewellery. They just have it on display. My fellow wants to do exactly the same with it. In fact, I might go. If there's any left, I might go and get one of these. Because it wouldn't it be lovely after we were talking at dinner last night that he'd love one, and then I've rocked up home with this and all that lovely druzy in there as well. Oh, lovely. Absolutely lovely. 140 carats of fossil ammonite. Well done. Okay. It's in a box, so we know it's something special. High-end, high-grade, stunning black diamonds. Ooh. In this really cool cube shape. I've only got 8 strands, 8 chances only, 4 carats of high-grade black diamonds in these phenomenal cube-like shapes. Great for gents, great for ladies. They are amazing. We start the strand at 1 mil. We go up to 3 mil in the centre, so they're very substantial. 7 centimetre strand of black diamond. They're super cool, these, aren't they, Fleur?
But they're very vintage as well. You know, if you just put that with the kit with the pearls,
yeah,
that would be amazing. But you just need one, just one
Absolutely.
in a piece. I've just been to see Alison in the prong. She's doing a prong.
I'm going to go and see her in a minute. Yeah,
she's got her beautiful one that she did for the birthday show with black diamonds, where she's prong set a large the cut. The one that we've just done.
And
the
concave cut.
Yeah, the concave cut. And she's just set the diamonds around the outside. That's
I'll go and have a look in a minute. I'll go and have a look. Now, yeah, this will go brilliantly with the kit that Fleur's about to bring to you in the show this afternoon. $159.95 is where we really should be. They are, after all, black diamonds. For every 10,000 white diamonds, you get a black diamond. Oh my word, she's done it again. We've just dropped it £70. Oh my word. If you have been desperate to get hold of this strand of high grade, really, really contemporary black diamonds, and you are struggling to achieve the $159.95 price point, well, we have just absolutely, what a way to end the show this morning, or this afternoon rather, with a £70 saving of high grade, jet black, knockout black diamonds. Oh, Wendy, you lovely lady. She just said thanks, Zena and team, for a great show this morning. Thank you. What a lovely thing to say. And Deb said, Zena, thank you for such a fab show this morning. It's our pleasure. She said, I can't wait for today's order to come. Now to sit back, relax and watch Fleur. So excited. Well, you haven't even had a look. I'm a bit privileged because I'm sat here and I can see the most phenomenal pearl jewellery. I would have every single one of the pieces of jewellery that Fleur has made today. Yeah, you gorgeous face over there. Every one of them, you just beautiful, utterly beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Really beautiful. You're going to have a lovely afternoon. Who have you got on with you this afternoon?
Becky.
Becky! Of course, it's our lovely Becky. And if you love what you see with Becky this afternoon, she is on Claire McDonald's DVD that we've launched this morning. Don't forget, you can still check out City09 is the code, CITY09, for Claire McDonald's brand new wire writing DVD. It's on the website. It's live for you now to check out at just £4.95 as well. Okay, can I just say thank you to Claire for this morning. We've had a lovely time. Fleur, well, there's no question you're going to have a lovely time this afternoon with Becky and Fleur, because Fleur, your jewellery's gorgeous. I can't stop saying it, I'm sorry. I can't stop saying it. You know when you keep looking at everything and you just want to try everything on? Do you know what I mean? Now, don't forget, please stay with Fleur and Becky this afternoon. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, the vintage show continues all weekend with 9-carat gold findings. I'm so jealous. Can't wait to see it. I'll be back on the late show with you tomorrow. So please join me at 5 p.m. if you possibly can tomorrow on Saturday. We've got a fantastic show for you. Amazing ruby as well. Oh, my goodness me. So thank you for your time today. Brilliant morning. We've had a great time, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
Did you know that no matter how many times you purchase with Jewellery Maker in the same day, you'll only be charged one postage and packaging fee?
There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
Now, in terms of value, gold fluctuates massively. Maybe some would say not as much as the stock market or housing prices, but it does fluctuate quite a lot. In fact, it's come down a little bit over the recent year or two, but the long-term trend tends to be upwards. And the interesting thing about gold, of course, is most gold in the world is used in jewellery. A lot of people think it's used in other things as well, which is true. It's even used to put sunblocks on windows in big office blocks. But most of the world's gold is in jewellery. It's been worn. And the great fact I heard recently was that something like 99% of all the gold ever uncovered is still in jewellery today, which is amazing. It just gets, you know, you can melt it down, you can reuse it, you can melt it down, you can reuse it, and so on and so forth. So the gold in your wedding band or in anything you buy might have been Cleopatra might have been wearing it. Who knows? It might have been recycled 100 times.
Get creative with Mark Smith with his Craft Fair DVD. Mark guides you through 6 sections of fascinating techniques that sell the best on his very own successful craft fairs. He concludes this DVD by sharing his own tips and hints that make his own stalls very popular. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, all. Hello. No, you haven't flown back in time to the 1920s. This is our theme for the afternoon. It's so wonderful to be with you today. My name is Rebecca Redicant, but you can call me Becky. And you have got the opportunity today to be whisked back in time, not only with some very ancient gemstones, which the 1920 era loved, but also with our makes today. We are going to set your inspiration alight, because let's face it, gemstones can inspire us in many ways, but if we have an era or a time in mind, that can open up whole new doors for us. And the lady today who's going to be my #1 flapper, it's the wonderful Flair. Hello, love.
You're right, lovely.
Yeah, good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
What do you think when you think 1920s?
Glitz and glamour.
Yeah,
I think it was the first sort of era of real glitz and glamour, coming out of the Victorian era and then straight into this beautiful sparkle.
It's very decadent, isn't it?
It's very decadent and very, very pearl heavy as well. When I looked at all the jewellery that you know was around that time, it's very pearl heavy, lots of layers of pearls. So yeah, I went to town with this beautiful kit because I was treated so much.
You really, really did, didn't you? You had an absolute whale of a time with these. I've got to say, I've looked at both of the kits briefly earlier on, and they are just fantastic. Obviously, when we think of the 1920s, we will be thinking of these big names. Coco Chanel, of course, 1920s. We're thinking of the likes of strings and strings of pearls, a lot of the time faux pearls, actually. But today we've got the real deal thing, and seriously, they just look so decadent to work with. Can I talk to you about the very special findings you got in this as well, please?
Yes. I think to give this kit the luxury that it deserves, I've been lucky enough to work with 925 sterling silver with it, and the most amazing connectors which have got lots of silver in them, and different ways of attaching your pearls, because we're doing traditional pearl knotting, so we've got everything that you need to make a full pearl knotted piece of jewellery, down to your French wire and your wire guardians as well. So we've got that real high-end look of your finishing as well.
Definitely. So we're going to be doing some techniques today that will give you that, not just the look, but the real deal style as well. I've got absolutely loads coming up for you today. I truly do. Does anyone want to have a little look at what's adorning my wrist? Because I've got to say, this isn't even a ready done piece. This isn't even a ready finished piece. I've got something to finish this off. I'm not actually going to tell you what I've got to finish it off because I'm a mischievous pup, but I've got something that will finish this off, and it comes in a little gold box. So you've got the opportunity to own this with a little something to finish it off, and that as a whole set is coming up for you later on. That's going to be one of my star buys for you today. What time's that one coming in at? Coming up at around about 20 past-ish. I'll let you know. Hang on, I've got my notes here. Hang on. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock it's coming up.
I love it.
There's a gemstone that goes inside each of these flowers. And it's one of our faves. I've got so many treats for you today, I really do. I've got a sensational Zambian amethyst as well, which I really want to show you. This is coming up at about 10 to 2. When I say Zambian amethyst, I may as well be saying Burmese ruby. I may as well be saying the likes of your Colombian emerald. You know, that's the kind of status and notoriety we're talking about with this. The fact that I'm going to bring you this strand under £35, quite a bit under, is a real treat. I can't believe that. That's why we had to make it a star buy. Not long to wait on that at all. There's really not. Should we get started, everyone? Shall we? Let's do this. What are we starting off with, Toaster? Okie pokely. Oh, wow. Hello, kicking off the show as we mean to go on. Now, I'm starting off with you. Now, you've only ever seen this once before. You've never ever seen it on the mid-show before. I've been lucky enough to bring you this on the morning show. But today I've got the opportunity to bring you this right here, right now. Get yourself on those phone lines. For you, mid-show lot, brand new, Tsavorite Garnet. Oh my gosh, this is your challenge, Fleur. No, you didn't know, did you?
No.
How exciting is that?
I've never worked with Tsavorite Garnet before.
Now,
thank you.
That's special, isn't it? Now, Tsavorite Garnet is a very exciting garnet, okay? It was a garnet that caused quite a lot of controversy when it was first found. Essentially, this got found in an area within Africa, whereby the person who found it, Campbell's, wasn't actually able to mine it. He got told when he found it, he went to the government in the area in which he found it, and they said, no, you can't mine it here, sorry. So what he did was he followed this stream of where it would be. I'm talking for years and years and years. And when he finally went over the border, he found a location where he could mine this, the mining process of which was just incredible. When you think about someone finding a mine for a gemstone, you might just think it's like if you find a shop. You say, can I rent this shop? And they say, yes, you can. Not the case with this. This was so highly regarded and had a lot of media interest around it because he wasn't allowed to mine it at first, that actually they couldn't even leave the mine alone. Campbell R. Bridges camped out in a tree in the middle of desert, essentially, with literally lions prowling around the bottom of this tree for weeks and weeks and weeks. He was so worried about poachers coming to get his finds that actually what he'd do above this tree to the entrance of the pit is everything that he pulled out at first. This is way before he got any kind of the go-ahead of the likes of Tiffany's to sell this, etc. He actually got all of his yields, put it in a huge pit just underneath this tree, and underneath the tree and in this pit, he put huge snakes. Giant poisonous snakes, which he spent days and days going out and finding just to try and kind of deter the poachers from getting it. The fact of the matter is that this gemstone itself has so many folklore stories and tales. And when I talk to you about that bit of the story, that's only scratching the surface. This is an extremely rare gemstone, it really is. In the 70s, there was around about 44 different mines for this. Now there's 4, that's it. 4 mines for this gemstone. It's new to you here, only seen it once before. Your price point today on this is an absolute shocker. That price point, this is one of the rarest gemstones in the world. I want to let you know this is one of the top 2 rarest of garnets out there that you can purchase. £24.95 is astonishing. This is something that the mines are being closed down until further notice. The other sort of 40-ish mines that are closed down, unlikely to ever open again. Is it because they can't find the eels? Partly, yes, but there are other reasons. Do your own research on this gem. It is absolutely covered in interest. Today, that is not your price point. I'm sticking to our premier price point. The only reason I'm sticking to that is because I did it a couple of days ago. Don't expect to see it at this price point again. We did this as a morning show treat, and I'm bringing it to you today on the mid show. Okay, listen, genuinely, I never had brought you a non-garnet strand, a faceted strand of Tsavorite garnet below the £50 mark before. That's the price point we're used to seeing on this. You know, $52.95, $55.95. Yeah, absolutely. I've even brought you Tsavorite garnets close to kind of the £60, £70 price point. Today, to be able to bring it to you at that price point was an absolute shocker, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. It's something we hadn't seen before, to be able to bring you this. This is a real deal treat for you, ladies and gentlemen. It truly is. And do your research on this. Honestly, it is one of the most interesting gems. And it's one of the most interesting gems, not just because of the ancient history of it, but because of kind of things that are still going on now with it. It is so interesting, it really is. I kind of don't want to give anything away. You know when you watch a TV programme and it's really gripping, it's really good, and then you say to your friends, are you watching it? And they are, but they're 2 episodes behind and you don't want to say anything. It's kind of like that, honestly. This truly is such an interesting gemstone. I cannot believe, I don't think I've ever seen a guest designer be given a Tsavorite garnet before. How do you feel about that?
You probably won't remember, but this time last year I was looking for a special piece of jewellery for my 40th, and I said to you, what should I buy that would sort of like be a real good investment piece? And you said, I said, should I buy Tanzanite? You said, no, buy Tsavorite garnet. And then I asked Steve Bennett as well, and he said Tsavorite garnet.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I can't believe that I've got it for a challenge now.
It's amazing, isn't it? It truly is. Tsavorite garnet has that notoriety, it does, it has that. It has that opportunity to really shoot through the roof in the next couple of years, price point wise. So I'm just so chuffed that you're getting this today. I really am. What a surprise. Any ideas of what you're doing with it yet?
I think I might pearl knot in between them.
Oh, gorgeous
just
idea.
to keep with the theme. I think I might use some of our beautiful silks to pearl knot in between them.
I love that idea.
Just make a classic piece of jewellery. Really.
I love that idea so much. For me, I think that's going to be a great idea, because when I think Tsavorite garnet, I think investment piece. So pearls with that alongside something that's kind of timeless and ageless. It's a beautiful thing to have. Oh, how exciting. I can't wait to see that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to fire through to the kit. I just want to let you know your names have gone off my screen. I've got numerous multi-purchases on this, probably because multi-purchases are knowing I couldn't usually get 1 strand for double the price of that. So 2 strands, so well done to everyone who's getting that. I'll give that over to Flo in a moment or 3. Starting off now, though, with the first part of your kit. Now, today's kit, we split up in a few parts. Why? Well, because you might already have certain things and you don't want to, you know, get all the extra bump of it, but also because you have the opportunity then to kind of cherry pick through exactly which bits you want. You might want all of it, and if you do, you know you're going to get a great deal. I'm going to start off with this collection. Now, pearls, 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 pearls. How did you feel when you opened this?
It's like opening a little bit of heaven, the skirt was. To open it, I kept looking at it. I knew instantly what I wanted to make, but I just didn't want to cut the strands up. I just kept looking at them.
Yeah, I bet, actually, because it is that stunning look. I've just got to show you all the pearls first off. Oh my gosh, I've just got to show you all the pearls. Take a look, get ready to fall in love with these. That is so decadent. Ladies and gentlemen, let me show you first off this double 2 strands here. You've got 2 of the same strand. They are a beautiful rondelle. So they've got that wonderful flattened area, meaning you're getting even more in a strand. You've got 2 of these, and they're 7 by 5 genuine, real deal pearls. It's not plastic, it's not glass, it's not kind of, you know, synthetic. It's the real deal, made by Mother Nature. It's stunning to be able to get the quality there and in that beautiful shape. I've then got the larger ones here. Now you can see in size the difference. Amazing pearlescence actually bounding from those ones, possibly because you've got more of that surface area. It's not always the case, but usually because you've got more surface area, there's the opportunity there. These ones again are your rondelles, but a larger size. Like I said, they are a 9x7, giving you a more dramatic look. And actually, if you just paired those two together, you've got a necklace there, haven't you? A dual stranded necklace, really stunning. I'm then gonna bring to you these. Oh no, I'm not. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I'm like a kid in a candy shop today. Okay, I'm bringing to you Spinel now. This is a really dainty, highly sparkle. Don't you love how juxtaposed that looks? Especially if I show you these ones. Isn't that a stunning juxtaposition between that wonderful kind of delicate, almost whisper, almost blush of a rainbow colour, then kind of juxtaposed with that clash, that splash, that ping, that kind of paparazzi light popping going off. It's that look, isn't it? How a 1920s is that as a pairing? It's phenomenal. I'm now going to bring you the extras. I'm going to bring you now the extras. Now, we're working with pearls, so we need the best with pearls. You need the likes of your French wire, don't you? You need the likes of this to finish off those pieces. Now, French wire you can use for so many different things. Don't just think of it as kind of as it is used. There's already loads of you in for this. Can I just let everybody know, with this one today, you're getting yourself an absolute deal and a half. Dance the Charleston, your price point on this should have been $79.40. That's your RRP on this collection. So you know we're getting something big here, almost £80 worth of RRP. So you've got your French wire here. It's got many other names as well. French wire, you can use it as like spacers. You can use it kind of as adornments and decorations and stretch it out and kind of work with it in that way. The more traditional way, of course, is to use it as kind of the adding on your clasps as an ender, as a strengthener, as something to give it a really high-end finish. We'll talk to you more about those later, but just to let you know, you do get the two colours. Can't think of a time I've done you two colours in the collection. You've always had to pick which one you want. Not today though. You've got that wonderful silver and you've got the gold as well. Two of the silver, one of that gold. You're working with pearls, so you want something else specific to work with them, don't you? How about your silks? Again, very, very rare opportunity here, ladies and gentlemen. Why are pearls always, when you think of pearls, you always think of silk knotting? Well, it's the traditional way in which to do them. The silk gives each one of these pearls this beautiful movement to them. It means that they're kind of, when you place them into the center of your hand, the way they are stranded now, there's no place for them to move, so they can be quite static. Whereas with this, you get that movement. It almost gives it a water-like appeal. Another great thing about your pearl knotting is it's for security. It was always used in ancient times because pearls were so high-end, so very expensive, generally only worn by kind of the aristocracy. And what that would mean is, with them knotted in between, if something were to happen and it was to age or to break in some way, you'd only ever lose one pearl because there'd be a knot in between. It wouldn't be one of those moments of your pearls kind of strewn everywhere, which of course, at the prices you would normally expect for pearls, even nowadays, that would be a very, very high price point indeed. So that's one of the reasons we use these traditionally. It's great that I'm able to bring you the natural silk in a range of colours like this as well. They do come with a kind of almost a threading point at the end, which makes it very easy to work with, and they are super duper fine but so sturdy as well. Gorgeous selection of colours there. You've got the pure white, you've got the black, you've got that really gentle blush, and then you've got your gentle grey tan colour. I saved these for the end because I'm bringing to you absolutely everything exceptional. I'm bringing you the gorgeous French wire and the silk. So really you want the number one pearls, don't you? $10 perfect rounds. In pearls. 10 mil rounds I've got for you here, ladies and gentlemen. absolutely and completely stunningly beautifully round. To be able to get that is almost unheard of. If you're looking at buying any type of pearl, I'm talking about your Akoya, your Tahitian, etc. If you're looking at buying any type of pearl that's big and out there at the moment, you will pay one price for, say, your Baroque style or your kind of swirl style, and you will pay a heck of a lot more for your perfect rounds. They're rare. It's Mother Nature's decision. It's difficult to do. It's not like with a gemstone. If we get a gemstone at the ground, it's not a shape we want, well, we'll just file it down, won't we? You don't do that with a pearl. So to be able to bring you a round is astonishing. I've been privileged enough to bring you a few types of rounds before. I brought you around not so long ago. It wasn't this size, but I brought you around not so long ago. We rolled it down to £42.95 for a perfect round. So amazing, amazing that I'm going to be able to bring this to you for less than £80. Your estimated retail value on all of this collection was £97.40. Your price point today. Now, why is the RRP different to that? That's because the RRP is the price at which all of the original prices on these were. If any price is taken down, even if it's just £1 off that strand there, it will be reflected in this. So this price you're seeing is if you went online right here, right now, and paid this price if you bought every single one. I can't believe I'm about to drop this down. £80 for me, fine. I have brought you perfect rounds for over £40 before, and I've got a strand here. So quite easily, £80 for all of this is phenomenal. I'm bringing you this, ladies and gentlemen. I have brought you a perfect round in a pearl before at a bigger price point than that. So to me, that's like me saying, you buy this, you get all of that for free. That is the type of price point I'm dealing with today. I am absolutely over the moon for every single one of you. There's loads of you who've already come in. I've got 13 baskets. I've got 26 of you who checked out before I'd even dropped my price point on this. I am absolutely bubbling with joy at that. Don't you think that is a shocker of a price, Fleur?
I thought this kit would be about £80, and that would be with the price dropped.
Yeah.
I thought it would be about £80.
Yeah.
Because what you can make with this jewellery is, I mean, we always say it's heirloom, but this is pure heirloom jewellery. This is what you would walk into a jeweller's and exactly the same ingredients that they make their pearl jewellery from. We've made this.
That's just so exciting, isn't it? It really, really is exciting. Now, can I just say, I'm almost over allocated, okay, so it's fastest finger first. I have got a couple more parts, but if you want this high-end collection, this is your chance. None of my other parts have the gemstones within them. I'm just chuffed as peas. 15 of these left, 40 in baskets. That's 15 left, 40 in baskets, I'm being told. Okay, really quickly, are we going over to Fleur for this? Can I have it handed over by Fleur?
This one.
Which bit do you want to do, lovely? With the findings or the... That bit, okay. Okay, we're bringing it to you now. So sorry, we've just because we're about to sell out of this one. I've got you now this selection. Are we doing this bit now? Oh my gosh, I'm so again. This is a ridiculous part of the kit. Now, I just need to let you know, quantity of this will fly out. Why? It's some things that I've never ever seen before. Even if I just showed you this one piece, I know already people are going to be getting up and getting to the phone lines. Take a little look at this. That's just one of your components, and it's 925. Oh, you must have been jumping for joy when you saw this.
Yeah, I want vintage weekend every weekend.
I know.
And I want to do pearl knotting every week.
I know.
This kit is, I love my chainmail, absolutely. This kit, I had so much enjoyment making every single piece because I felt like a proper jeweller.
Oh, I love that. It is just stunning, isn't it, as a collection? I absolutely adore this. Can I have a quantity check on this, please, Toby? Toby's my producer. We've started off with 85 of these. I'm just giving you that heads up. And I also want to let every single one know as well, estimated retail value on this section is £64.65. Understandably so. You want to wait till you see how much sterling silver you've got in here. I mean, it's absolutely massive. You do get 925 written on the back of each of these sections as well, so that you know. You've got these wonderful leaves, which are very 1920s, aren't they?
Very, very 1920s.
I absolutely adore these. They are bamboo leaves that we've got here for you. They're a 25 by 11. If I show you around them, you can see the detail of these. You don't just get one, you're getting 5. And can you see how that bail's already attached? It's just such a stunning look, isn't it? It really catches that light. 5 of those. You then get your sterling silver necklaces. Yes, plural. You get 2 of them with this stunning detail. When I say the necklaces, I'm talking about the extender and the clasp is already attached, so there's no fiddling around for you. You've got this design and you've got this really delicate Rolo design as well. So you can see it's giving you 2 completely different looks. Both of them, though, are 925. You've got this one, which is your chain, which interlinks within each other. Just to let you know, size-wise on these ones, you're looking at approximately a kind of 16-inch, but you do get the extender. On both of those chains, of course, so you can wear them at kind of whichever length you choose. I've then got the likes of your, drops, you could describe them as, your spaces if you wanted to. Really beautiful design. I can't wait for you to see how Fleur's use these because they go a really, really long way. You're getting a big amount of those ones as well, 10 in total of these. Big amount of sterling silver again. And then last but no means least, you're getting the Guardianers. Now, the Guardians themselves are very useful indeed, and we'll talk to you about these a little bit later on, but it just finishes off those designs. Big amount of those ones also, and we will talk you through them. If you want to get your hands on this massive selection, you've got to be quick. You ready for this? Price point today? Should be. We're rolling this down. Could we go under 40? Bear in mind, RRP on it, 64.65. We can do amazingly. £29.95. Ladies and gentlemen, treat yourself to this whilst you can. I've got more sterling silver for you coming up as the next and final-ish, maybe not quite but ish part of this collection. I am going to head on over to my wonderful flapper friends now. 30 in baskets, just to let you know. Hello, gorgeous lady. How are you?
I'm all right, yeah.
Good. Are you feeling?
Yeah, we could do our...
We should have practiced. Fleur, you have made us some stunning, really 1920s pieces today. How did it feel to work with an era?
I really enjoyed it. I really liked it because I can look at images and I can see what the fashions were, what the trends were, and just to then be able to recreate some of those pieces. And to have so many pearls in a kit. For me, I've never had this many pearls in a kit and not this size. And then all these wonderful sterling silver elements, because they make it. For me, those 2 kits are just so perfectly matched together.
They really do. Just take a look at these because you've made a lot and you've really done different uses. Wow, loads left over
and
as well.
I've still got lots left over. I've still got pearls and gemstones left over.
Wow,
as well.
Massive amount. You've made 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 pieces in total, which is just astonishing. Using the spinel there with those beautiful rondelles, the perfect rounds must have been a real treat as well.
I had to keep those together. Yeah. And I just used one in the single pendant pearl, just like it's on the necklace there.
That one here?
Just the one right in the middle there.
The one right in the middle just looks phenomenal. It just goes to show you how that perfect round can really work itself beautifully. So we've got loads and loads of different things to treat you now. I have got some more silks coming up for you in a second or two. I just want to ask you, because we are doing pearl knotting, why is silk so important for something like this, for you?
Because the silk is a traditional knotting material and it's softer on the pearls, because pearls are delicate by their own nature.
They are.
So you need a delicate threading material to go through them. For me, the silks traditional, and we can still get them. They're great because these silks have the needle already attached to them, so there's no worry about getting them through the pearls or anything like that. They're there completely for you, and they come in these wonderful colours and a different variety of gauges. So in the first kit we had the number 2, and we'll talk to you a little bit about the different sizes that you can get. because it all is relative to the pearls that or the gemstones that you're working with.
I see.
So they're fabulous, and to have this many silks I've never had this many silks in a kit.
It's very special, isn't it?
It is.
Now we are about to sell out of Dance the Charleston, so we're going to bring you the silks now because I've got plenty of them here. I've got 4 of those that kit left, by the way. So, talking of your pearl knottings, we have the 2 different sizes throughout each of these. Now, why is that important?
Okay, so as you can see on the top corner here, it does actually say a number that's there. So the one that we've got here is number 4. So the number 4. What the general rule of thumb is, if you've got a number 4 card, it will go through a 4mm pearl and 4mm and upwards. The reason why we have the different numbers is obviously the different thicknesses in the silks, and you can see this is a 0.6. With the number 2 ones that we had in the kit, it was a 0.45. So it works exactly the same as your wires. Some of them won't go through some gemstones. So with the Zabarite garnets that I've got for my challenge, I will use the number 2 cards to go through those, because the number 4 cards will be too thick, the silk will be too thick. What you need with a knot is when you knot between your pearls, you don't want the knot to fall inside the pearl. So some pearls have got slightly bigger holes, some have got slightly smaller holes. So to have a variety like we've got in these 2 sections of this kit is amazing.
Very important indeed. We're going to give you a real treat on this price point today. How much? No, you're joking me. No, that is definitely wrong. 110%. Wait, have I got the right amount? How many have you got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Are you sure? Okay, if management are watching, I don't think this price is right, so I'm just saying Toby says it is, it's his fault, not mine. Price point today.
That's wrong.
That is wrong, isn't it? No, that genuinely is wrong. Because there used to be that price for 3. In fact, there were more than that for 3.
And you don't get enough just to do one necklace. You've got, I think it's 2 meters.
On each one?
2 meters on each one.
Yeah, and there's 8 of them.
Yeah, 2 meters. With the needle already bonded onto them.
Well, that's a mistake, but a really good one. £9.95. Okay, just to let you know, I started off with 100. I've got about 30 left, so you've got to be quick on that, really quick. Okie pokey, let's get started, shall we?
So we're going to start with the actual threading material itself. So for the large pearls, I'm going to just show you how to knot in between. Okay. I'm going to use the number 4 card, purely because then the hole that's in this larger pearl won't slip back in between, the knot won't slip back. So what we need to do is very gently, when you get your card, the needle part will be tucked underneath the black or whichever colour thread you've got there. So what you're going to do is just gently take it off the card. Now, when you're using your thread, you need to take the whole lot off the card, because the needle's attached at one end. If you cut, say I only need 30 centimetres and cut it here, this part is no good, because it hasn't got the needle attached. So you need to take it all off, the whole thing off. And it comes out, when it comes off the card, it's quite kinked because it's being wrapped around the card. So I'll just quickly take all this off because I don't want to cut it and waste it. Okay, so I've now got the whole 2 meters out off the card. Now with silk, because silk is a natural fibre, it will stretch. Now traditionally when you're pearl knotting any strand of gemstones or pearls, you usually work on the idea that they're going to need restranding every year to 2 years, because of the weight of the pearls, because pearls do weigh quite a bit as well. The weight of the pearls will start to stretch this. So to help that, what you need to do is give it a real good stretch before you even start working with it. And I'm putting quite a lot of pressure on there. Now, the other good thing, what happens when you stretch this silk is if there's any weak points anywhere along this strand, it will snap, okay? And I have knotted a necklace and got right to the very end, and then the needle snapped off the end, and it is quite maddening, but it's because I didn't check the strand to start with. So you go through and you just check the strand all the way, just giving it quite a hard pull, okay? So what you need to do right at the very end where the needle is we don't then pull that section there, okay? Because what we don't want to do is break that bond between the needle and the silk. So I've gone through and I'm just making sure there's no kinks and there's no knots, and it's nicely stretched. As with pearl knotting, we will stretch it as well.
Got you.
So it's just preparation, and as you can see now, it's starting to slightly unkink as well, so it's not got as many of those kinks involved. Okay, so that's our pearl knotting thread sorted.
Prepped.
And the next thing we need to do is we get our strand of pearls. Now, a professional pearl knotter will get their strand of pearls already stranded like this, so they already come on their temporary thread. What they will do is they will cut the thread, pop it into a beading tray, and they will look at every single pearl. When these have been stranded on, when the people have been stranding them on, say, where they've been drilled, they won't say, oh, the nice ones I'll put in the middle, and they'll sort of like just put them on anyhow. So you might find that the third pearl in is a beautiful pearl that's got no blemishes, no rings or anything else on it. So you want that in the middle. So what you need to do is look at your strand first and pick which ones you want into the middle, and then just separate it out. So I haven't got time to do that, so I'm just going to cut it and use them randomly.
Yeah, go for it.
Because they're all so beautiful, it doesn't
matter
too much at all.
Just to really quickly let you all know what's on your screen right now, it is the Zavarite garnet. We've sold out of all of our parts of the kit so far. I've got more coming up for you, but I've got this Zavarite garnet up on your screen now, one of the rarest gemstones and rarest garnets on the planet, and for me, one of the most stunning and most interesting gemstones of all time. To bring it to you at that price point today was an absolute shocker to me. A little bit of a treat for you. First time you mid-show have seen it, $19.95 for you today. And the sterling silver, people have been asking, is coming up really, really shortly.
Right, I've done something really naughty, and I've just cut this down because I don't want to blind you with the needle.
You're
and it's
thoughtful.
not a needle, it's just a piece of wire. It's like 0.25 wire that's twisted together. So what we're going to do now is to start the necklace. We're going to do the actual one with the hummingbird in the middle.
Yeah.
So I've used both the French wire and the wire guardians in that piece. So what we're going to do to start with is to think about what we need to use to knot our pearls. Now, I don't use the pearl knotting tool. I use the awl that comes in the large toolkit. So if you've got the large toolkit and you've got this beautiful awl that's in there, that's what I use. If you've got the small toolkit with the pink handles, don't use that because it's serrated, okay? So this has to be nice and smooth to knot around. If you don't have something like this, a large darning needle, a macrame T-pin, something like that, something that you can just use as to pop into your macrame board. Now, I also have a macrame board, but I've cut it up into little squares. Because of the pearl knotting workshop that I do, I can't carry around lots of these. I cut them up. So if you've got a spare macrame board, because it's self-healing, it doesn't matter if you've got you can see all the little holes in there. It doesn't matter that it's got these holes in there, because you can still macrame on it as well. So if you want to just use your large macrame board, you don't have to cut a section of it off. You can just use this. The other thing that I've used as well is the square disc Kumihimo board. It's exactly the same.
Fab.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the wire guardian. Now, traditionally, your pearl will sit next to the wire guardian, okay? But what I'm going to do is, to make it slightly easier for you to watch, and because I haven't got time to ream all the first pearl through, the first pearl, generally, you have to be able to take the cord back through twice. So to stop that, and because sometimes the pearl hole is a little bit too small, I've just used a silver bead. Now, you can get we've had some sterling silver ones on recently, or you can have the ones that are in the tube. The smaller ones are in the tube. So what I'm going to do, the first thing I add on is my silver bead. So I'm going to add on my lovely silver bead, and I'm going to take that down to the bottom, okay? So not right to the very end, because you don't want it to fall off, so it's right there at the very bottom, and move that one out of the way. I'm now going to use my wire guardian. Now, these wire guardians are brilliant, because what they do is they allow the thread to go through the wire guardian so that the pearl thread doesn't rub on the actual finding and will break it. So any movement of your pearl thread could, on the actual finding, if you were just to put this straight on the finding, wear and tear will start to wear it through, because it's a natural fibre. So what you do with a wire guardian is I've put the needle through one side there, okay, and it's a little bit like a little horseshoe, and it's got a groove running through the middle. So I've gone through one side, and I'm just going to go down through the other side. So I'm going to follow the shape of the wire guardian, if you like. So if I just lay that down now, you can see how that's now followed the shape of that wire guardian.
You can see how it's kind of horseshoed around it at the side.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to bring this down to meet that silver bead. Now when you're working with silk, it does have a tendency, like 0.25 wire, to want to knot up and kink up. So just be very careful that you don't knot it. Because if I get a knot here now, I can't use any of it.
Yeah, of course.
I've now got to start again. Okay, so I've now got my first bead, my horseshoe or my wire guardian. I'm now going to take the end of my
the needle section,
and I'm going to go back through this first silver bead. So if you were using a pearl, this is where you would go back through the very first pearl. So I'm just going to lift it back up and just go through the bead. That's another reason why I've used these. Oh, it's all caught up, sorry. Just because my eyes aren't very good and it would have been disastrous trying to watch me thread that through a very small pearl, the hole in the pearl. Okay, so all I've done now is I'm going to bring that down together. Now I've left myself a little tail on the end here. Now this is where I'm going to create my first knot. Before I do my first knot, can you see how wide that little horseshoe shape is? I'm now just going to take some pliers and I'm just going to give it a little squidge together. So it creates it just a little bit more. I might have to pick it up, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all right.
So I'm just going to give it a little squidge just to bring it closer together. So all I've done is brought it closer together. Okay.
Can you see that?
So it started off quite wide and it's now touching almost up to the first bead.
Yeah, got you.
So now I'm going to make my first knot. So the first knot that I make is completely different to the knots that I'm going to do with the pearl knotting, because I'm going to use both ends and I'm just going to do an overhand. They're called granny knots. Is that what we call them? Granny knots.
I don't know, I've never heard that term before. Granny knot.
Granny knot.
Just like you do on your tights.
Yeah.
Your tights on your shoes.
Tights? Do you
Sometimes they've got an hole in them. Anything.
So all I've done is just done an overhand knot. I'm going to pull that tight, and that is my first knot now in place. So, sorry, you can't really see it against this sparkly dress. That's my first knot in place.
Fab.
Now, before I go any further, I'm now going to take my hypo cement glue. Now, I use hypo cement because it's got that precision nozzle on it. Okay. I'm now going to take both sides, and with the hypo cement, don't squeeze it. Let gravity create the first little drop. So I've got a tiny little drop there, and I'm just going to dab it on that knot, because what I'm going to do at the end is I'm going to cut this little tail section off. Now, in an ideal world, I'd let that sit for about an hour so that would set before I put my first pearl, because I don't want any of the glue to go near the first pearl.
No.
But I haven't got time, so I'm just going to, don't do what I do. Leave it a little bit till
well, I'll tell you what, if I do this part of the kit, you can leave it at least 2 minutes and it will have become tacky.
Yeah.
You're not going to get gluey pearls stuck to your nose or anything. I'm going to bring to you now the final section of this kit, which just brings it all together with some amazing components here. 925, anyone? Take a little look at all of this. A mammoth amount of findings we've got in here. All of the additions you need to finish off those designs, such as this exquisite quality chain. Can you see how that starburst of light almost catwalks down it? That's because of the quality of the links of this. If you look at the fluidity of this as well, it is just so beautiful in its movement. It just nudges every single link. It's not stiff, it's not sturdy. You're not going to put it on, it's going to stick out at a weird angle. It's going to flow against the décolletage, against that collarbone. It's just going to look exquisite. It does come with the clasp, and it does come with the extender on it as well. I've then got your essential threading material pack here with your elastic, your monofilament, and your beading thread. And then I've got your 925 findings, including our long lost friend, the 925 featherweight head pins. Now they are an essential, aren't they?
They are, especially with pearls as well, and these beautiful spinels.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was over the moon when these came into the new sterling silver
findings
kits.
packs.
Yeah.
If I show you the difference, you do still get the original head pins in here, mind, great for you to use, but the original I'm holding at the top, and then the one at the bottom of the featherweight. So you can see there is a difference, big time in thickness. You can tell it even more when you're working with it yourself. You're going to be able to go through so many of your high-end gemstones, such as the Savarite garnet we had on earlier, such as that Zambian amethyst I've got coming up for you in a bit as well. They're going to be exceptional from that. You've also got another length of chain in there. You get a beautiful set of your swan neck shepherd's hooks. You get the likes of your toggle clasps and loads of jump rings in fact. Addition of jump rings in here too. So you're getting a big amount of these. Let me just give you the jump ring sizes. Do you know them off the top of your head?
7mm.
I knew you would. I've got yeah, your 67mm. You're getting some in here as well on these jump rings. Now you're getting 50 of those in total, and they are in sterling silver, which we don't get to see very often, do we?
No. And it's nice just to be able to finish it off. Whole thing in sterling silver.
With very, very high-end look. So we're great to be able to get those jump rings in there as well. Your price point today on all of this should be. Now please bear in mind for me that sterling silver has just been going up in price recently. We ignore that and take it down. You ready? We're bringing you a very naughty price point on here. It's the final part of this kit. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen. Just £21.95. The findings pack alone, we'd normally expect close to that price point. So for all of this, that is genuinely exceptional. In particular, when you've got the added necklace chain and all of those jump rings as well.
That's amazing.
The jump rings are exceptional. And if you are into the likes of your chainmail, then what a great way to get your hands on some precious metal. I mean, the only thing that could make it better would be, I don't know, if they were 9-carat gold or maybe white gold jump rings that I might have on tomorrow morning for you. That's the only thing, really. Isn't it? Well done to everyone who's getting their hands on this. Plenty of you with it in your baskets. Quantity-wise, I've got a decent amount of these ones. Started off with almost 100, so do come in and get those whilst you can. A great deal for you. Okay, we've let the glue dry slightly so you don't get pearl on your nose.
That's it. So we've let that dry. So what we're going to do now is start our pearl knotting. So we're going to take our first pearl and we're just going to pop it onto the needle. Now, you may find a little bit of resistance when you go over that first little bit there from the needle to the thread. If it's really tight and it won't physically go over, then you need a different size thread. Okay. But all these go perfectly onto the number 4 thread. So the only thing I use the number 2 for is with the pearl pendant that's the first one next to you. So that's got the number 2 thread going through, and the black bracelet with the charms,
with the spinel and the
charms. Yeah. So I've got my first pearl now in place. Okay. So now pearl knotting is very, very simple, but it's just a repetitive technique. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another overhand knot. So I've got the pearl in my hand. I've brought the thread over the back of my hand and back up to meet it. Okay. I'm then going to take the end of this thread through that loop and pull it through. So what I've got now is I've got a loop at the bottom and a cross at the top. Now, to keep the what am I trying to say?
Thread, pearl, knot.
No, uniformity of the knots. You need to keep the cross at the top and the loop at the bottom. Okay. If you do it the other way around, you'll get a slight wave in your pearl knotting.
Okay, good tip.
So now I've got my loop here. I'm now going to pop in either my macrame pin or whatever I'm going to use. In this case, I've used my awl. And I'm now going to use the end part of the thread to pull that pearl flush up to there. Okay?
Got you.
So now that's going to stay in place. And I'm now going to take my next pearl, because the next pearl is what's going to push that knot into place. Okay? So you always use your next pearl as like a pusher. Okay, so my next pearls now is in place. So what I can do now is hold both of those pearls together, gently take out my awl. Now this is where you have to be able to push these together. So I'm going to push both those pearls close where I want them to be and gently just ease the thread with the rest of my fingers in my right hand through until they both go together.
I see, got it.
So I'm going to do another one now. So my next pearl goes through, the loop stays at the bottom, pop in my awl, pull it nice and tightly together. Okay. Take my next pearl. So again, just making sure that that knot stays in the same formation, so the loop at the bottom, the cross at the top. Pop my next pearl right up close to it, hold them together, take my pearl all out, so move that out of the way. And now with the thread in my right hand, push both the pearls together. And once you get into the swing of it, it's not as tricky as what I'm making it look here. There you go. So I've just pushed both pearls together, and all I do then is give it a little push, and now you've got that perfect knot in between the next two pearls.
Phenomenal.
So I'm going to just carry on like that. Now, with pearl knotting, a little bit like any technique, it's just practice. And what I tend to do is I tend to get some of the larger gemstone strands, and get the Eslon thread, and I practice knotting on those. So if I haven't pearl knotted for a couple of weeks, I won't dive straight into my beautiful pearls. I'll use a strand of like 8mm rounds, say. Okay, so again, push both pearls together, stabilise them, and then pull the little thread, so the end part of the thread tight, and you've got your next pearl knot in place.
Phenomenal.
So I mean, I love using the different colours. On the bracelet that's there, the triple bracelet, I've used the corresponding cord, if you like, the corresponding thread colour. So you can't see the knots in between. Whereas on the others, I've used the black cord so you can see the knots in between. So it's entirely up to you, because you've got these beautiful colours within here, and the colours that will match the pearls as well. You can have them invisible knots, as they are in some of the other pieces in the twisted bracelet, or you can have them so that they are completely like standalone, if you like. Real stand out.
Really eye-catching stand out.
Sorry, my hands are really cold.
Okay.
Freezing cold, So I'm just going through. Thanks, Becky. I'm just going through.
Sorry, that might be a bit garlicky, I'll be honest.
That's all right.
Garlic pasta before.
So I'll just pop another one on, and then I'm going to show you how to finish off a piece with the French wire, because we haven't used that yet, just to show how to use it. It's exactly the same principle with the French wire as it is with the wire guardians. Now, I'm stood up doing this as well. At home, I'm sat down on a level with it. So a little bit like when I'm sawing metal, I'll be on an eye line level with it. So this is why sometimes it's a bit more difficult to see how close your knots are when you're stood above it. So there you go. So you just go on. So that one there is a little bit too far away, so I won't be very happy with that one. I'd take this apart and start that one again. Because of that section there. If you've done a few sections like that and you thought, actually I've got right to the very end and I've noticed one, what you can do is get your crimp covers from your findings pack and pop a crimp cover over that knot, so that then you can sporadically put your sterling silver crimp covers through there and to cover that knot that you're not happy with, and then it hasn't spoiled the whole piece.
And then it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
and don't forget, in the Dance the Charlton section you've got now, you do get those. You do get the sterling silver crimp bead covers. Now, you won't be able to use a spacer in the way that Fleur's just explained. It would have to be one of these. So if you make a mistake, or you think you're likely to maybe at some point make a mistake, or you know you're one of those people that if there is one on there wrong, it's going to really annoy you, then this is an essential, because it will cover those up. You just pop them over the top. You can see the little mouth opening to them there. You just pop them over the top, close them down over it, and then you will get a really beautiful finish. Just carry it on at maybe an interval of 3 or 4 or whatever around it. It's just going to look like it was meant to be.
The only thing you can't use with this findings pack with the silk is your crimps itself. Don't crimp silk, because it will cut through it. A little bit like you can't crimp monofilament. Just save those for your beading thread. Try not to pop those on the thread itself, because, like I say, it will cut through the silks.
Sorry about that camera move there. What was that about, Mike? I know, on my scared face, I didn't expect that. I just got this strange pan of chest.
Did you?
Yeah.
You got a chest,
it was
chest
nice.
shot.
Yeah, it was lovely. Thanks, Mike, for that.
Just panning in your beautiful dress.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Boys, what do you like, hey?
So as you can see now, because I haven't pearl knotted for a few days, you can see now my pearl knots are starting to get better now, because I wouldn't have gone straight in with my beautiful pearls. I would have done my, like I said, my larger gemstone strand, just for a few, just to get your eye back into it. I suppose it's a little bit like when you're doing your intricate wire work as well. So all I'm doing is pushing the pearls together. Now, the closer you push the pearls together, the more you encourage this pearl to push that knot tighter and sit directly in between.
Got
So
you.
you can see now that horrible knot there. We don't like that one. We're gonna relegate that knot. But these ones now are starting to work.
Okay.
So now I'm going to take my French wire.
Just to let you know, the French wire section of the kit did sell out, but don't worry, we've still got loads of 925 for you if you want to get that beautiful look.
Now I just use a tiny pair of scissors, but you can also use your flush cutters on this. Now this is just a very delicate gizmo coil, okay? So it's more delicate than the bullion wire that we've been doing recently.
Yeah.
So all I need from this is I need just over 1 centimetre of this. So you can see this is you get 2 lots in each colour.
Yeah.
So I've got
oh,
2
do
in
you?
the silver,
So you got 2 in the gold as well?
Yeah.
I only had 1 gold. It's exciting though.
So all I'm going to do, I think there's 2 strands in the pack. So I'm going to cut a little bit more so you can actually see. So that's all I'm going to use.
Tiny bit there.
So that tiny little bit is all I'm using to finish off. So I've got it. This goes on forever. What you do have to be very careful is I don't try and pick this up now. I leave it flat on the mat because as soon as you start to pick it up, you can stretch it, you can flatten it, and it won't work. Okay, so I'm just going to move that out of the way. Now, what I'm going to do now is I've got my pearls that I want here, and I'm now going to add on my end section, or if I wanted to add in this beautiful clasp here.
The connector.
Sorry.
Love that.
So I need a knot between this and my silver bead, if you're going to use a silver bead, okay? So I'm now going to add on my silver bead, exactly the same as what I did when I started. So I pop my silver bead on because the final knot is going to go in between that knot and that bead, so it keeps the same consistent look throughout the whole piece. Okay, so I've got my silver bead. I'm now going to just pop my needle, and again this might take me a little bit just to get that on there, because they are...
It's alright, I have face. Because you stood over it as well, it's tricky, isn't it?
It's really difficult. There we go. So I've now got my gizmo coil, or my French wire, onto my needle. Okay, so I've got that there. I'm now going to let that, so there you go.
Yeah, got it.
So I'm now going to pop that all the way down so it's near to my silver bead. So I've now got my pearl, my silver bead, my gizmo coil. I'm now going to take the top of my connector and go through my connector. Now what we're going to do now is go back through the silver bead, because we're going to make this section of the French wire into a horseshoe shape, exactly the same as the wire connector. So if you're not happy using the gizmo coil, the French wire, you can use your wire connector as well.
Okay.
So I'm just going to pick this up so I can get this needle back through there.
So you're going back through the bead.
So I'm going back through just the sterling silver bead that I've got here. But like I say, if you want to remount one of your pearls, you're more than welcome to do that and use no sterling silver beads or silver plated beads at all. Now this part you just have to be a little bit gentle with it, because what we don't want to do at this point is catch the French wire and pull it out into a long gizmo coil. So you're just going to encourage that bead down.
So you're doing it little by little.
Little by little, that's it. And it can now, can you see there that it's starting to curl around?
Can you see it there?
It's starting to curl. You see there?
It's just starting to curl there. Yeah, you can, just there.
Yeah, so you can see it just starting to go
Yeah.
through. So I'm now going to pull it a little bit more until it's now flush, and it's created another horseshoe shape. So you can see there, if I just turn that a little bit there. So you can see now that it's created that lovely horseshoe shape. Now that's going to stop this beautiful silk wearing onto that connector.
Yeah.
So it's now created a little guardian all by itself. Okay. So what I need to do now is I need to cut my actual thread off. So, but I need to leave myself about, what's that, about 2-3 inches?
Approximately, yeah.
About
10 centimetres-ish.
So I'm going to now cut this off. So I've now cut my needle off. So I've now got all this section to now do another project with. Now I need to get a knot between that silver pearl and this, silver bead and the pearl.
Yeah.
And the way we do that is we now have to split this in half. So if you just twist it between your fingers, it starts to separate into 2. Okay, so can you see there? Sorry.
That's right.
You can see there that it's separated.
Yeah,
into
got
2.
you.
Now, this is the most satisfying bit. You have to just let it unfurl. I love doing this. In fact, I do pearl knotting just so I can do this.
Just for this bit?
Yeah, just for this bit.
For the excited caterpillar moment.
Yeah, that's it. So now I've got 2 pieces of silk, and I've now got them in between. Sorry if I just turn it that way. I've now got it in between the pearl and the silver bead. So now all I'm going to do is do another overhand knot, one on one side, and pull it down tight. I'm now going to flip it over and do one on the other side. So I'm going to do 2 knots, because you've only got half of the thread. 2 knots make the same size knot as one in the full thread.
Got you.
So now all I need to do now is again go in with my hypo cement glue. If I just move that little section out of the way. Go in with my hypo cement glue, and now pop a little bit of glue on there, and then once that's dried, cut these 2 sections off. And that's as simple as it is.
That's how you do it.
And like I say, if you just forgive those 2 knots there, but the rest of it, that's how you would then carry on. So what I've done for the bottom half of this pendant is use the French wire again and a wire guardian at the top.
Yeah.
But I've also just used the actual thread just to go through without knotting at all. So if you look at the black bracelet with the little spacer beads in it, that's actually just like I would use a beading thread. That's just threaded onto the silk because it gives a more fluid feel. So when you wear that, it's like liquid, it's like a fabric, it melts onto your hand rather than a static beading thread or an elastic. So you can use it however you want to use it. Like I say, it's not just pearls, you can knot between any gemstone that you've got.
Good. Don't forget, if you want to text us in today and ask any questions to Flirt, that's what she's here for. Absolutely feel free. 60777, so you text us the word JM Studio, because you might have never tried this before, but it's something that everyone can get involved with, isn't it?
It is, and you need very little equipment. You just need a darning needle or a bead awl, something to pop it into. I tend to use these macrame boards because they're self-healing and you don't get little filaments. I have tried to use a really dense sponge, and what I found was you get the bits of the sponge into so it's no good. These are absolutely perfect. Your macrame board, something to form your knot around, and then your threads, and that's all you need.
Fantastic.
And it's very addictive.
We have already had some questions in. Stella's saying, hello, lovely ladies. I've read that you have to soak silk thread and dry it before using it. Oh, good question. Do you have to do that with this thread, Fab Designs? Thanks, Stella.
Yeah, you can. So you can soak it if you want and then dry it out as well. That will help with the stretch. So you can stretch it when it's wet, because obviously things when they're wet are more pliable.
Of course they are.
So like your clothes, when they're a bit wet, you can stretch it into shape. So yeah, you can do. I personally find the way that I knot, because I pull the thread within my hand to push the next bead up, I'm putting enough tension on it to stretch it enough without having to soak it. But yeah, you can, and you can cover it in beeswax as well. Some people will cover it, like run it through a beeswax like you would with your sewing threads.
Yes,
you can do that as well. So yeah, there's lots and lots of techniques that you can use. This is just one that I personally use.
Thank you very much for sending that in, Stella. Thank you so much for showing us all of these designs. What's in your second kit, please?
Resin. Cameo resin.
These are going to just put such a big smile on your face. Now we are going to head over to a break in a moment. Just before we do, I want to show you this because I am in love. And this is coming up with as our star buy. Isn't that just so pretty? Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be honest, I have not got a massive quantity. I've got under 60 of these available for you, but if you're feeling a bit 1920s, then this is just going to put a big smile on your face. This is coming up with 3 extra components very shortly. Me and Blair will be back in just a few hops.
Now, in terms of value, gold fluctuates massively. Maybe some would say not as much as the stock market or housing prices, but it does fluctuate quite a lot. In fact, it's come down a little bit over the recent year or two, but the long-term trend tends to be upwards. And the interesting thing about gold, of course, is most gold in the world is used in jewellery. A lot of people think it's used in other things as well, which is true. It's even used to put sunblocks on windows in big office blocks. But most of the world's gold is in jewellery. It's been worn. And the great fact I heard recently was that something like 99% of all the gold ever uncovered is still in jewellery today, which is amazing. It just gets, you can melt it down, you can reuse it, you can melt it down, you can reuse it, and so on and so forth. So the gold in your wedding band or in anything you buy might have been Cleopatra might have been wearing it. Who knows? It might have been recycled 100 times.
Join guest designer Rachel Norris on her Artisan Earrings DVD. Get creating stunning designs in no time at all through the fantastic tuition from Rachel. The easy-to-follow steps shown on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and experience many different techniques specifically designed for creating earrings. This DVD covers how to make your own findings, Aztec, Art Deco and Aphrodite earrings. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Tune in this Saturday for Gems of Distinction rubies and precious metals.
I think labradorite, when you think about it, is as beautiful as a diamond because it gives you, for me, more amazement than a diamond. You look at it and it does something really unexpected, like a lightning bolt.
Labradorite is one of those gemstones from Jewellery Maker that is always going to be a top seller. The labradorite that you get from Jewellery Maker has got extreme amounts of labradorescence. The colour saturation is just superb, and that's really indicative of the quality that we can get for you here at Jewellery Maker. It seems to reflect your moods as well. Whatever kind of mood you're in, whatever you put it with, it seems to bring out those gorgeous colours, so it really is a true chameleon gemstone.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
I don't even want to say anything because I just want to drop stuff on the floor. Because I just want you to look at this before I even get the graphics in and then pick up the phone. Russian chrome dioxide and sterling silver bracelet. And you don't just get one, you get three. Get yourself on the phone. I'm going to put these graphics in. 0800 644. I've got under 60 chances. Ladies and gentlemen, you will not be disappointed. If you love high-end glamour, you've got it here. If it's brand spanking new, if you look brand spanking new, you've got it here. If you want detail to kind of the design of it, you've got it here. Because look, we've even graduated the flowers down on this. You've got serious quality. If you love quality of one of the rarest gemstones in the world, a gemstone which rumour has it, in 2016 the mine might not even open, if rumour is to be believed, because last year's yields were so bad and the weather's just getting worse and worse. They are questioning definitely whether or not to even open the mines at all this year. So if you want extreme rarity, you've got it here, absolutely. It has taken us over a year to get this in stock and to you, ladies and gentlemen. And I've got under 60 chances. Totally and absolutely natural, real deal chrome dioxide you've got in here. I've got 3 of these stunning gemstones. You can see them here with the opportunity for you to prong set these in. You've got diaphanity, you've got dispersion, you've got that stunning forestry green. You've got a massive amount of sterling silver with this, all completely natural. Ladies and gentlemen, over 6 grams of 925, 3 of the best quality high-end Russian chrome dioxide I've seen in a very long time. I'm almost over allocated. You ready for this? 925 sterling silver bracelet. £27.95 is absolutely and completely shocking. Even if you wanted to recreate a look like this, you'd have to be a silversmith. Even if you wanted to get this much sterling silver, I tell you what, you'd be having to fork out more than that usually. You genuinely would. Those 3 stunning flowers with the free opportunities for those. We have had this on air for less than 2 minutes and we're about to be selling out as fast as finger first now. If everybody checked out their baskets now, I would be out, I'd be gone, it'd be see you later sweet potato. I tried to forewarn you telephone people, I really did. Well done to every single one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be so chuffed you joined us today. Not only have you joined us on a 1920s day, but also I'm joined by #1 flapper, Flair. All right there, my old flapper.
I am.
How are you, love?
I'm good, thank you.
Getting ready for a bit of Charleston today?
Just thinking, if anybody's never tuned in before and they happen to stumble across us, they must think, what a glamorous TV show that is.
Maybe they do.
Look how they get dressed
or
up.
Or maybe they think, I didn't know they did shopping TV in the 1920s. Fleur, you've had a great, beautiful pearl kit. You've got resin coming up a little bit later on. We've had people messaging in about your jewellery today that you're wearing, and you're actually wearing something very special today that I've got coming up. Tell us a little bit about why you wear the likes of amethyst, please.
I think it's a beautiful colour. It's very, very forgiving on the skin tone for me, because I've got really pale skin. Some gemstones don't work, but amethyst just radiates and looks beautiful, and they're just so easy to wear. My stretchy bracelets, so easy. And I've got my amethyst in both my, in fact I've got an amethyst on my pendant as well as my bracelet and necklace. But yeah, I just love amethyst.
It is something stunning, isn't it? Yeah. And if you too love amethyst, I've got Zambian amethyst. I guaranteed you under £35 on this strand. It's coming up for you in around about 35 minutes as a star buy. I've got to say, I'm so sorry, but that has sold out now. Let me take that gemstone out. It has sold out now. I'm so sorry, but well done to everyone who got it. I've got an exceptional deal of the day coming up for you. I wish I could have shown it to you earlier, but I didn't get the opportunity to do so. Do you own diamond drops? Simple enough question. Do you? Deal of the day, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't own diamond drops because you've never been able to afford them, you've got the opportunity to get, I would say, the next best thing, but for me, honestly, it's a better thing. That's coming up for you. Deal of the day, ladies and gentlemen. If you love high-end jewellery, this is the one for you. Can't wait to bring you that. I can't believe the price of it either. To be able to bring you that for under £150 is flabbergasting to me. Quite a bit under. Anyway, where are we going, Toaster? Okay, I'm bringing to you right here, right now, a one-locational gem. A gem which we, vast majority of the time, know for being named after the location in Russia, where it was found by the Shara River. If you want a really interesting looking gemstone, you've got it here. It's like modern art. It's like a painting. It's got this beautiful swirl and detail. Sharite, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of those purples in there. You've got a big variety of that kind of vivid mauve flecking over this, haven't you? You've got a lot of different tones in here, and that's where we get with a Sharite. You get tone from anywhere around about a 20% tone all the way around to, can actually be 100% tone in some areas. So you get that mauve, but through a range of tones. It's very unique and individual. It truly, truly is. 10 mil on these ones, ladies and gentlemen. A gemstone we don't get to see very often at all, and it is from that #1 location. It is from Russia itself, from that individual location. To be able to get this totally naturally, yet every single one tell a different story, is something very, very beautiful indeed. Get the different tones of mauve. Your price point today for 260 carats worth is just £27.95. Now that, for the carat weight you've got here, is phenomenal. I just want to show it you with one of my star buys I've got coming up for you in a little bit. I mean, come on. They just work, don't they? Because you've got that same hue, but you've got the difference in the clarity, you've got the difference in the kind of tone, you've got the difference in the interest. These two for you today as a pairing for me are just going to light on my face. Well done to everyone getting that Charlotte. Really interesting gemstone, Charlotte. Do you like it?
I love it, yeah. I like seraphinite as well. I know in some cabochons yesterday of seraphinite, and to me it's that kind of same sort of like mica-y, inclusions that give that feather-like look about it.
You're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well done to everyone. £27.95. Okie pokie. Got another little treat for you here. This is from what many would describe as the #1 location for this gemstone. If I say peridot, where springs to mind? So the #1 location at the moment, as described by many different followers of GIA, big names such as Glenn Lear, people you might know, such as Steve Bennett, classifying this as the #1 location right now. Yep, you guessed it. It is the stunning USA peridot. USA, your Arizona location. It's currently the most sought after at this time. Now, don't get me wrong, with gemstones, fashions happen. It's just like with anything. It's like with the likes of, emerald, okay? Brazilian emerald hit the market. Wow, Brazilian emerald, we love it. That was, for a long time, kind of the place to go to. And then Zambian came along, and wow, Zambian was then the place to go to. And now, of course, well, we've got the opportunity to get Colombian emerald, and that's the big place. That's the #1 location to go. Things have changed as well with peridot right now. Many people in the trade saying that USA, that Arizona, it's from the Apache region of Arizona, is the #1 place to get it. But why? Why? Just because someone says that, why should you believe it? Well, one of the main reasons that people are having that as the #1 place is because of the colouring. You're not getting that peridot with a brown back palette at all. You're not even getting, now I myself love Shanghai peridot, I've got to say I'm a big fan of Shanghai peridot, but with Shanghai peridot you get a very lemon acid colour as a back palette. You don't get that as much with a USA. You get much less of that. So it's all about the purity of the hue. It's all about that cleanness throughout. And that's what people like valuators will look for. From what many would describe as the #1 location for value and beauty to buy your peridot right now. This is from there and your price today. Now, we are in the #1 location. We are in that #1 place for many people in the world to buy your peridot. So never in a wildest dreams would you normally be expecting that price point. Why did we get it? We have great connections currently with the mine owner in this location. We've got some big connections in the USA with our kind of mining processes on gemstones right now. If you want stunning purity of colour, this is the location to get it from. We hardly ever have USA peridot on Jewellery Maker. Most of ours coming from China, sometimes from Shanghai. Very rarely do we get it from this Apache region, so get it whilst you can at that price point. I think it's stunning. If you love that purity of colour for natural designs, this is the one for you. £17.95. Well done to all of you. Lovely to see you all today. Now I've got 9 of this next for you. Do you know what? We should have just called this location, because I've got your Zambian amethyst coming up in a bit. I've just had your USA peridot, and now I'm about to bring you Amazonite from Russia. That is such a unique location to be able to get this. Ladies and gentlemen, I have not got many of these left at all. In fact, toward my single figures right here, right now. Why Amazonite from Russia so interesting? Well, if you've ever seen Amazonite before that we've ever had here at Jewellery Maker, you will know it doesn't normally look like this. It's normally more blue, it's normally more kind of sky colour, it's almost more of a periwinkle tone. This, your Russian Amazonite, is completely and absolutely different. It has strength of colour, impact of design and beauty of gemstone. 9 left now, your price point today, everybody. That is ridiculous. £9.95 Fleur. What do you think of this? I could see your eyes just kind of glowed then.
I've never seen Amazonite of that quality before.
No, it's amazing, isn't it?
That's a beauty. That's almost like a green onyx.
It is, isn't
kind
it?
of a glow
Almost,
within it.
yeah.
It's absolutely beautiful. That'd look lovely to go with the chrome dioxide bracelet.
If you
could do a matching bracelet and a pearl and Amazonite bracelet.
Love that idea. Love that idea. One of those left now. Well done to everyone. It's fastest finger first for that one. $9.95. Okay, bring in Chrysocolla. Where are you? Where is it? Box number 6. Come here. Oh, wowzers. We have not seen it like this for a really long time. Last 15 of these. Fleur, Chrysocolla. Discuss.
I've never worked with Chrysocolla before. I've never seen it in rounds. I've only ever seen it in cabochons, which we all know I shy away from quite a lot because I'm not a wire worker. I've never actually seen it in these beautiful rounds. That's amazing. They look like really rare birds' eggs.
Yeah, that is perfect description. You're absolutely right.
Really, the colours are amazing because those colours, I mean, even in every homeware, fashions, you always see these two colours go together. It's really beautiful, very vintage.
Very vintage, because that mottle and that interest. Yeah. Interesting, actually, you know, two of the gents that, that are speaking in my head right now, Ben and Toby. Hello, Ben and Toby. Director Ben, hello, where are you? It's not working. Oh, the camera's not working. Well, the two gentlemen who speak to me, my director Ben and my producer Toby, are just saying, actually, they love this. And Toby's just said it might well be his favourite gem. And Ben also would like me to add that he thinks they're both very handsome as well. If that helps. Come on in and get your hands on this absolutely natural gemstone, very rare indeed. One of the locations that we rarely see this gemstone from. How many other gemstones can you think of off the top of your head we have here from Jewellery Maker from the Congo? From Congo. Not many at all. I can think of one that I've had once as a gem collector selection. That's it. So a very rare location indeed. Come and get your hands on the last 15 now, your price point today. £29.95. And I just want to say, I thought maybe if you wanted to go for the more of a delicate periwinkle tone with it, I think they'd work well. Ladies and gentlemen, brand new blue opal in these lovely drops. Haven't they got that kind of water drop look like about them? It's phenomenal, isn't it? I love it. And what about? Of course this would work. Okay, is it just me? Do they look like tiny planets? That might just be me. But they look like tiny little planets to me. Imagine having a planet look at the gemstone with the oldest planet on Earth. This is just how my mind works, ladies and gentlemen. I see a story, I want to make a tale. And I love the idea of them two together. That's beautiful, isn't it? Don't forget, my drop's coming up as your deal of the day. Not long for them, a couple of hours. Okay, well done, everybody. Moving on to natural lapis in the bicones. Now, we were chatting about bicones earlier on, weren't we? What do you like about bicones?
They really work together. So if you're doing any of the bead weaving, like the ladder weaves and the peyote stitch, those kind of stitches, they tessellate together so beautifully.
Yeah, they really do.
And you can really make some very, very nice shapes just by wiring them in as well. For chainmail, they're great because they'll sit in between your chainmail. So like we do the gemstone spine, if you use a larger jump ring, these will sit perfectly along that gemstone spine style bracelet, but equally work beautiful with your Byzantine links to make like a really long rosary style. Yeah. I just love them, and I love the angles that you get, especially in that lapis.
I mean, it just goes to show off those inclusions that you get naturally within a lapis. It's from a very stunning location itself, beautiful when you see kind of photographs of the location. It's all mined, not with these huge big companies, it's all mined by family run mines that have been generally passed down for generations and generations, because don't forget, you know, this gemstone has been traded in the Middle East from around 4000 BC. So, you know, it's these little kind of family run mines that are passed down by generation and generation. It is a stunning gemstone, a very unique location. To get it naturally, we haven't seen often at all. We've seen lots of dyed lapis, which is fine, absolutely. But if you love the naturalness of Mother Nature, if you believe in the likes of crystal healing, obviously I can't say whether or not that is true, but if you do believe in that sort of thing, a lot of people who do have those crystal healing beliefs will say that if they're natural, if it's a natural version, it's perhaps more powerful for many reasons. If that is you and you love what Mother Nature brings us, this is the strand for you. We've not had natural lapis for a long time. Your price point today, £9.95, which is amazing really, because normally you'd have to pay a lot more for a natural gemstone, but today I'm bringing this to you at the same price I brought you dyed lapis of late. So great to be able to bring you that natural look. The lovely thing about having the natural look, like I said, is all to do with the nature and how Mother Nature intended it to be. But also another great thing about having it naturally is you know that you can wear this in all different kind of types of weather, etc. And you don't have to be worried about if any of the colour's going to come off. Not that it tends to anyway on a dyed lapis, but you do never know, do you? So you know that you've got that beautiful look that's going to last and last. If you want to do a beady bead with something like this, it gives you such a look, doesn't it?
Yeah, very Art Deco, because you've got all those beautiful angles coming out of those bicones. Yeah, that'd be really nice.
Really fab, wouldn't it? Get them whilst you can. If you've got any pyrite or hematite in your collection, they work beautifully alongside because of those kind of submetallic inclusions we have within here. Well done to everyone. £9.95 for you. How do you feel about Mouse Sits It? Have you seen it before? Has anyone on the mid seen it before? Where are you? You had it in a kit, did you? You've never seen it by itself before. Now, I absolutely love and adore this gemstone. It's a gemstone that I've known about for quite some time. I did my GIA and we focused on, well, basically you got to pick what your main focal gemstones would be. And I chose jadeite as one of my focals, and I got to learn about this gemstone on the way. It's not a jade, it's not technically a jade, but what it essentially is the GIA describes this as cousin of jade. Do you like jade? Do you like jadeite? Do you like the like of your nephrite or your imperial jade? If you do, this is something that might look really nice alongside it in your collection. This, ladies and gents, is Mouse Sits It. Now, what we've got here, ladies and gentlemen, is something described by the GIA as the cousin of jade. Now, why is it your cousin of jade? Well, because essentially, main location in which it's found. This is a one locational gemstone in the world. It's found in Burma, and in fact, I'll find you a little map of it. It's found in Burma. It's just near the top. Now sits it. And the location itself is where the gemstone's named after. So it's named after this very small town that's quite sort of near to it. And essentially what you're getting is you're getting a location whereby it's exactly just miles, literally a couple of miles away from the same location in which your imperial jade is mined. So it's this one location, it's this one place that we've got, which is very, very small location. Indeed. No, I can't find the map of it now. Come here. But what we get with it essentially is you get small elements or opportunities for jade to be present. Here it is. Let me find you this one. So this is the location here. I'll zoom in a little bit. You can see it there. It's right at the very top of Burma, right at the very top. Very, very close actually to kind of reaching the borders of China and India, as you can see. So that is where the location is, and that is the only place on the planet that this gemstone is found. That's it. That's the only location. What you get with this is you get a feldspar body with elements of jade opportunity within there, because it's kind of found in the same location as this imperial jade. Now what you get with it is something so extremely rare. I mean, if you think diamond's rare, throw that out of the water, because this is so extremely rare. It's pretty much unheard of. I wonder how many people of you watching at home had actually heard about this before. I'll be honest with you, the only reason I'd ever heard about it is from doing my GIA and the focal gemstones that I picked out. That's the only reason I knew of this. I never thought in a million years we'd get to see a jewellery maker. I'm absolutely over the moon that we have. If you want something that looks completely different to any other detailed gem, because every single one is unique, if you want something with elements of jade and the cousin of jade within it, now's your opportunity. Your price point today for 120 carats is just £29.95. Now, if this did have the name of jade, how much would you be paying? It would not be that, would it? I tell you what, if you were to buy jade cabs of that carat weight. Now, I got 3. The one I sold you the other day, I think, had 3 or 4. Obviously, it is done on carat weight. You might get 3, you might get 4, you might even get 5, who knows? Now, I know that I am sat with, just like myself, a big jade lover. Yeah. What do you think of these, please?
I've never seen those before, but they are just the most divine green. For me, this is my perfect green.
Yeah.
You know, because green, obviously you've got the peridots and the chromes, and this for me is just absolutely beautiful.
Stunning, isn't it?
It really is. I've never seen anything like that before. I've never seen it on the television or in the flesh.
No.
And if I was at home, I'd definitely be buying those.
It is so unique and individual, isn't it?
I love the patterning on them. It's like a jadeite. It's got that different, like almost like marbling through it. Different colours of green marbling through. It's just amazing.
It is
really
sensational, isn't it?
They're beautiful.
It's the closest we've ever had to getting Imperial Jade in location, most certainly on the show. So a very special deal for you. $29.95. Well done to everyone. It may well be the last time you get to see this. $29.95. Well done to you all. About 20-ish of those left. That's it. So you've got to be quick. You've got to be quick on that now. Okay, bundle. Now, this is one that one of my budding bead has been working with. I've got a bundle here for you now of these shell made by Anne. Hi, Anne. Anne's given to us, a whole suite of jewellery. Not just the necklace, but also the earrings and the bracelet. And love how you've decided to not just show us how great these go with silver, but also with gold and also with that copper rose gold colour. I mean, it looks phenomenal, doesn't it? Toby, you're going to do us a super smashing, amazing, mind-boggling price on this, are you? Are you? Yeah, go on, Toby, because, you know, I love to have a big smile on my face with silly, silly prices. We've got for you here your perfect peacocks. We've got for you here your wonderful green, peacock green, they're described as shell pearls. So what we've got here is that wonderful shell pearl with the faceted detail. Of course, something you could never do on a pearl. And what it gives to you is strength. In particular, if maybe you're going to be doing a headpiece with these, a bridal piece with these, and you're going to be getting any hairspray at all near them, well then these can absolutely take it, unlike a pearl, of course, which can dimple. But also the great thing about these is what you've got is something that you can wear to the gym and don't have to worry if you get a bit hot and sweaty, like you would have to with a pearl. It also means that we're able to shape them like this, which again, we would never be faceted a real pearl, would we? This is your stunning shell pearl. Your price point today should be, do you want a price point that is the type of price point we've seen at kind of clearance deals? Should have been almost £12. Today it's £7.95 for you today on that pairing. That is a very big treat and a half. It really, really is. And well done to every single one of you today who's getting your hands on this. I mean, that as a deal. For the amount you're getting in particular, I mean, this is a huge amount you're getting. And without hitting my mic, actually, I've got Victorian theme tomorrow. It's a bit Victorian, that esque look, isn't it, actually? With a bit of a modern twist. Victorian theme tomorrow, 8 a.m. Victorian theme. Oh, the only thing that could make that better is the likes of some white gold, isn't it, really? $7.95 on this pairing. Well done to you tomorrow. White gold, rose gold, gold. Do you want it? I've got it this weekend for you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited, I really am. There's loads you treat yourself to this. Well done to every single one of you. £7.95. I mean, surely, Fleur, a bracelet you'd be selling at that price?
Oh, yeah.
Easily.
Just a stretchy bracelet would be £10. Just for, and you'd use half of one of those strands, so you'd get 2 bracelets out of 1 strand. But yeah. I mean, I'd probably sell a pair of earrings if it was on like a 95 shepherd hook.
Oh, yeah.
Just 2 of them on those. There'd probably be even more than that as well.
Yeah.
They're lovely, and because they're faceted, they just catch the light so beautifully.
And do you know what? They're a bit Pantone in colour, aren't they?
They are.
For this
they
year.
are very, and also very vintage, like you said, Victorian. But they could be Art Deco as well.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You could go 20s and 30s with these as well.
Yeah, I think that'd be gorgeous. And speaking of gorgeous, Toby's lined us up something special. Ruby, anyone? Start by. If you like really, really deep, high tone ruby, you're in the right place. Take a little look at these. When you think of ruby, you're probably thinking of status. You're probably thinking one of the big four. You're probably thinking of, you know, high-end excellence, aren't you? You're thinking of that intensity of red colour. You might actually even be thinking of one of your friends. If one of your friends is a July baby, then you might be thinking of them as it's their birthstone. If you're thinking of ruby, you might also think it's so high-end that actually I probably couldn't wear it every day. Well, you'd be wrong. Well, I think you would anyway. It's ideal for everyday wear because it's a 9 on the Mohs scale. Now, for anyone who's brand new and you're thinking, who is this Mohs? It is actually named after a person, Mohs scale. It's to do with the gemstone strength. So 10 is the highest point of your Mohs scale. That means it's the strongest. You've got the likes of your diamonds there. And it goes all the way down to 1. On the Mohs scale, ruby sits at a 9, so it's very rarely beaten in strength by any other gemstone, meaning it's ideal for everyday wear. And these are everyday to me. They're not over the top, they're not super faceted, they're not bright and too much in your face, and therefore you could easily make yourself a necklace with this to pop down the shops, couldn't you? And still feel like a little bit special that you've got ruby around your neck. If you want to get your hands on this today, you have the opportunity to do so now. Get this in your basket today for just £14.95 for you to get your hands on something which, don't get me wrong, it's not filled with diaphanity. There's not loads of areas of clarity in this, but that's why it's only £14.95. If you did want all of those elements in it, you would be having to pay more like £44.95. So this is going to be a really affordable ruby for you. And because of the look, it's giving you an everyday feel. Do you know what I mean, Fleur?
Yeah, but even, I mean, just one ruby in one of the pearl necklaces, you know, just as a centre point, or in this beautiful Zavarite garnet, you know, just one, it's still a ruby. You know, that's the thing that, you know, is so lovely about Jewellery Maker. We do these high-end gemstones at different price ranges, so people can have ruby in their collection, you know, and a lot of ruby, because there's big sizes of ruby there as well.
Big pieces.
But yeah, you know, just intersperse those in with the pearls out of the second kit. Absolutely beautiful.
These are the pearls in the second kit for you, and I've got to say they look really eye-catching with them, don't they? Because you've got that kind of movement of them as well. £14.95 for you today on that ruby. Nice work to you all. If you want to get your hands on this kit, which the keen-eyed among you may have noticed beside me, not long to wait on that one, about half an hour or so. Okay, don't forget, this coming up for you really soon. I mean in the next sort of 20 minutes. Oh, I'm so in love. And how well would it go with my ametrine? Because you've got that amethyst within there, haven't you? Also, interestingly, goes to show you the difference in these locations in which you get the gem. It really is so different. Zambian amethyst, a star buy, not to miss, guaranteed under £35. On the quality of that, I've got for you right here, right now, another one locational gemstone. Boy, oh boy, we're bringing you some weird and wonderful treats today, aren't we? Ladies and gentlemen, your ametrine. Totally and absolutely natural from one location in the world. It's from a mine called the Anahi mine, and it's in Bolivia. Now, what is ametrine? Well, it's Mother Nature's example in this state. Ametrine can be faked. In this state, it's Mother Nature's bringing together of amethyst and of citrine. Well, how does she do that? Well, amethyst and citrine are both a quartz. A quartz is the name of the family. And basically, Mother Nature will heat a quartz to different temperatures and it will bring to you different colours. So when it gets to a gentler temperature, still, you know, a couple of degrees C, it'll go a beautiful, vivid purple hue. But then as it gets warmer and warmer and warmer, and as you get further and closer to kind of the mantle of the earth through the crust of the earth, it'll get hotter and hotter and hotter, and that amethyst will then turn yellow, which is citrine. So this is what you get. You get that perfect, unique and individual meeting of the earth where these two colours blend together. It's an extremely unique opportunity. It's an extremely individual and unique gem to get your hands on, and it is totally and absolutely natural. Now, I just want to note something to you now. We've had huge difficulty getting our hands on 2 gemstones this year. Number 1, Russian chrome dioxide. It has been the hardest year we here at Jewellery Maker have ever had. On what once was our sister channel, they themselves have had a nearly impossible year to get their hands on that Russian chrome dioxide. The second hardest gemstone we here at Jewellery Maker and our sister channels as well have found getting the hardest is this one, ametrine. We have heard whispers that what we have now of ametrine is all we're getting this year. People have been advised that actually, if you want to keep the ametrine going, don't use it all up in the first 2 months of having it, because we don't know if we're ever going to be able to get it back in again. At the Hong Kong show, which is coming up, well, it's coming up literally in a matter of a few sort of weeks, that is our #1 goal, our #1 mission, to look for Russian chrome dioxide and to look for ametrine, because we have not been able to get it anywhere else. If you want to treat yourself to it right here, right now, get it whilst you can. Should be, sorry. You hear something, you say it, whoa, okay, I've just told you exactly how we are finding this so hard to get. It's one of our hardest gemstones to get. We're rolling it down. That is your should be price point. The fact of the matter is, we're doing this price point for you before Toby had even kind of heard how, whoa, Nelly, I was going to say then. That is phenomenal. £22.95. Oh, sorry, for the amount you're getting here. Look at that huge central piece you're getting. That price alone is phenomenal for this gemstone. To get that wonderful rainbow colouring throughout it, that is absolutely astonishing. £22.95 for you today. Flirt, what do you think of this, please, at that price point, for the amount?
The amount of the gemstone that you've got there, I'd have expected you to get like 2 or 3. Just that's all. It's brilliant price point. And there's a lovely lady who watches called Diane, and her late husband's birthstone was citrine and hers is amethyst. And so she loves ametrine because they're both together. So if you have people in your family that you've got the November and the February, it's just that they're just a match made in heaven, aren't they? They're just beautiful together.
That is so thoughtful.
So Diane, if you're watching, they're gorgeous.
They are. I love that. That's so sweet. £22.95. Nice work to all of you. Get that one whilst you can. Okay, I'm bringing to you some stunning spinel now. In these rondelles. Now, I've got to say, these are going to go great with the gemstones I've got coming up in this second kit. Let me show you how beautifully these work together. Isn't it unusual to have a natural, non-faceted spinel? Don't you think? They just work. Isn't there a maturity about them? Isn't there a statement about them? They're just beautiful. These two strands are coming up for you in this second kit I've got coming up in about 20 or so minutes. I've got for you here a stunning black spinel, and I just want to show you the amount you've got in here, ladies and gentlemen, of one of these gemstones, which is kind of, in many a way, kind of a relative to that of diamond, in the fact that the structure is exactly the same. But what you're getting with this is so much more luster than you would ever be likely to get on a diamond. When you get the likes of a black diamond out of the ground, it will already be blemished. That is a go, that is a steady. We all know the word blemished. If I talk about blemish, what does the word blemish mean? You'll hear us talk a lot about inclusions as kind of presenters here, inclusions, things that happen on the inside that maybe shouldn't be happening. A blemish is that is taken to the surface, and you get it constantly on a diamond. You're unlikely to get it on a black spinel. Why? Well, because a black spinel is lower down on the Mohs scale, which I discussed with you earlier on, than that of a diamond, so you can get a better sheen, a better polish, a better finish. So it gives you this stunning gleam of light back to the eye. If you want to treat yourself to it today, now's your opportunity. At just £11.95 for this amount, you've got something really special here. In particular, because you've got that shape and you've got that workmanship of the graduation. It is just so slick. It's got a movement to it. And you obviously had spinel in your first kit, which I know you were over the moon with. Yeah. What do you think this gives you as a look?
I think this gives you a completely different, because you can use this in the gents pieces. So I bought a kit earlier in the week with Nadia that had wooden beads in it, some beautiful, really dark, an ebony would be, and for a gent to just put a few of those in the centre of a wooden necklace, a wooden beaded necklace, would be amazing. And again, you've got that high-end gemstone then that's still a gemstone, because I think sometimes we forget about men, don't we, with jewellery, you know, with gemstones, like we all like our nice pretty gemstones, but this for me is very, very versatile. You could even set them side on side and like button stitch them up and down, so
Love
you've got the full array of that beautiful lustre.
Love that idea, because you've got such a big surface area there, which means you have the opportunity for lustre to just really come alive with it. Do treat yourself to this whilst you can. It is completely and absolutely natural. Do not forget, when you check out your baskets, that's when you know it's yours. Otherwise, you're just saying, oh, quite fancy that. You're not saying it's 100% yours. Don't forget, deal of the day is coming up. And I've got to say, if you want diamond-like quality, well, hello, you've got 2 double whammies here, haven't you? They are exceptional. I am so in love. I really am. They're coming up for you approximately 4:30. Well done, everyone. Don't forget, amethyst coming up for you very shortly. £11.95 for you on this. Do check out those baskets. Very important indeed. Okay, how do you feel about getting your hands on a big selection of some of the big 4? Diamond, ruby, sapphire. Oh my. Diamond, emerald. Hey, I've got diamond light pieces set. You're right there, Flo, my diamond. You're my diamond today. You're just throwing stuff around now, aren't you, Babs?
I got my bracelet stuck to my sequins. I didn't want to drop the thing that I've already dropped on the floor. And I was still attached. So it was a little bit like a T-Rex.
You're hilarious.
And now I've got my bag the wrong way around. Everything's falling out on the floor.
Oh, bless you. You absolute love. You're all right. You're all right. She's holding it together. Isn't she professional? I've got for you here 3 of the big 5. Now, if you want the opportunity to own not just that kind of archetypal selection of sapphire, but also you want the fancy sapphire, you've got the right creation here. You really, really do. 30 carats worth across this with that beautiful fasting, real intensity of hue upon this as well. Really intense, really detailed, a big strength to this. 30 carats worth in total. Price point today for you. A phenomenal price point by anyone's words. I mean, when you're getting ruby, emerald and sapphire in one place, including the likes of those fancy, you've got something special, but we are taking it down. Today, we're rolling that price down. £19.95 to be able to get your hands on 3 stunning gems of 3 amazing notoriety and kind of, you know, they've got the name, haven't they? They've got the prestige, haven't they? That is something very special indeed for you to get your hands on. And don't forget, if you want a diamond-like look with these, I've got my deal of the day coming up for you, which I absolutely kind of cannot wait to own. And I mean, I'm going to be owning a couple of these because that is a bit of a stunner. £19.95 for you on that selection. If you like that intensity, you like that beauty, you've absolutely got it all in here at one place. And it's nice to have a section like this, isn't it, Flo?
It is. I think these strands are great because you don't have to buy the whole strand of ruby, the whole strand of sapphire and emerald. You can have a taster strand almost of these beautiful gemstones together and get a couple of them, and then you can keep the sections even bigger. That's nice.
Love that. That would be really nice, wouldn't
Sorry,
it?
I'm just looking at that one that you just got there. That's beautiful.
Bit of a sunstone. Is anyone treating themselves to, I don't know, gold tomorrow? If you are, what a stunning gem this is to go with it, because you have these little flecks of the inclusions inside which are so reminiscent. Sunstone, ladies and gentlemen, you've got here with all of that stunning adventure essence with inside. When you're getting that adventure essence, you're getting this striking phenomenal appeal. You're getting these delicate elements within there that just give such an appeal. You've got that natural glitter just beaming inside there, and it is natural, by the way. It's not anything we've added or kind of you know, placed upon there or within there. It's something that is set within that gemstone and has been for, you know, hundreds of thousands of years. It is a phenomenal gemstone that gives so much interest, and of course it is something that has been used throughout history. If you want to treat yourself to something that is so striking, so phenomenal in a literal way, now's your chance. Sunstone at £14.95 for you today. Wonderful gemstone, really eye-catching indeed, and one of those gems with a lot of history and detailed interest. If you do wish to kind of research this, then absolutely feel free to at £14.95. Well done to every single one of you. Phone lines. I'm just want to let you know this because you're going to need to remember this for about 40 seconds time. 0800 644 655. Press option number 1. Why? Because we're all going to want to own this next one. Guarantee you under £35. And yes, it's genuine Zambian amethyst. Star by. When I talk about the likes of emerald, number 1 location is something that people regard. If I bring you an emerald, we will have so many messages in exactly where does that come from. Tell me the mining location. Why? Because with the likes of an emerald, there is a massive difference between the likes of a Brazilian emerald and the likes of a Colombian emerald. It's exactly the same with other gems in the world. You know, when you're thinking about what's another example? Like rubies. You know, if you're getting a ruby, again, from kind of your Brazilian location, price point wise and look wise, okay, you're around here. You know, certain places in Africa, if you've just got the African name, okay, again, we're up. But then there's your Burmese ruby. It's all about location in the trade. People in the trade will be absolutely happy, over the moon, impressed to be able to pay a certain price point for a certain gemstone. But if you're bringing it to them at the location, they'll be prepared to pay more and more and more time and time again. When it comes to valuations of gemstones, one of the main indicators of price is going to be your location. I've got for you one of the most revered quartz in the world, one of the most recognizable gems in the world, from the number 1 location in the world. Zambian amethyst, everyone. Get on the phone lines, you've got your graphics there. 0800 644 655. It is this month's birthstone, and I've got to say it is the best quality. Oh my goodness. The location of Zambian amethyst is brought to you by so many big names. We all know Gemfields, right? We all know and understand the name Gemfields, one of the biggest gem lovers, gem organizations in the entire world. Gemfields are working with the likes again of your emeralds from big well-known locations. Gemfields themselves work collecting this gemstone. This is a Gemfields gemstone. Now that is important. Why? Well, it means that if you buy this today, you're working with the same type of amethyst from the same location as Fabergé works with. Fabergé and Gemfields merge. Fabergé now pretty much only getting their amethyst from this location, from this mine. Why? Because the name of Fabergé decided that it was essentially the best. It was essentially their favorite. That huge name of Fabergé, selling things for millions of thousands of pounds year in, year out. That is absolutely astonishing, and no shock whatsoever that you've got that big focal name. Why have they gone for it? Well, probably because of the colour of it. The colour is just so impressive. You don't only get that purple, that mauve tone, you get these back palettes of blue within them. You're going to be able to see that better when you get it home. The lights in here can be quite bleaching to it, but you get these back palettes of blue, which are just so desirable. But also you get translucency, you get transparency. This isn't filled with inclusions. It's totally and absolutely eye clean to me. And don't forget, you're looking at that now through let me hold it straight. You've got to hold it, looking at that now through 40 times magnification. Okay? So how many inclusions can you see in that? At 40 times. Don't forget, when you're looking at this through a loop, which is a piece of equipment that you'll look at into gemstones, if you're looking at that through 40 times magnification, you're covering up to exactly 40 times. 40 times magnification, how heavily included is that? Exactly. There's not loads of striations in there. There's not loads of hairlines in there. There's not loads of blemishes and blots in there. Why? That's because of the quality of this. This way surpasses eye clean, I've got to say. I can't see any eye seen inclusions. What do I mean by eye clean, by the way? Eye clean, I mean that if I were to wear it as a bracelet and to have a look at it at arm's length, then I wouldn't be able to see any inclusions. The fact of the matter is, even looking through a loop, you wouldn't be likely to see inclusions because you're looking it through that camera there at 40 times inclusion and still not heavy in inclusions. That means you've got the hue that is perfect. You've got that intense saturation. You've got astonishing clarity. And don't forget, these are all things that valuators will look for. If you make something with your jewellery and you go out and get it valued, the valuator is going to be looking for these things. They're going to be looking for the intensity of colour. They're going to want to know the location. Feel free to get your authenticity with things like this. They're going to want to know the location because that's going to give you a different price point. They're going to want to look at the clarity aspects of it, which you've absolutely got here. All of these things helping bring the value and the beauty of your pieces up. The fact of the matter is, to be able to bring you Zambian amethyst of any kind under £35 is astonishing. The fact of the matter is, I'm bringing you massive pieces. They're 8mm of Zambian amethyst under 35. The fact of the matter is, 35 is nowhere near. £9.95. You see, I knew, you know, and I know we both love amethyst. That is not the type of price point you would expect. When I said 35, were you like, gosh, that's a lot? Were you shocked? Or were you like, oh yeah,
no,
£35?
I thought it'd finish about 25.
Yeah.
I thought about £25, because like you say, it is just, it's your perfect example, isn't it, of that beautiful chocolate box amethyst.
Yes.
It's absolutely, and there's so many on that strand, and they're all so perfect.
Yeah, they really
It's not
are.
just like one or two
No.
absolutely
No.
beautiful, and then the rest have got inclusions or sort of like different, like pits or something like that. They're absolutely stunning.
They're amazing,
really
aren't
stunning.
they?
Yeah.
I'm just over the moon to bring this to you. I truly am, especially as it is my my birthstone as well. Whoa, look at the price of that beauty. I couldn't have said it better myself, love. I know, that is an absolute astonishing deal. It really, really is, isn't it?
When me and my sister were little, for my 16th birthday, for Nina's 15th birthday, I got a smoky quartz ring and Nina got an amethyst ring, and they were over £100 each.
Yeah.
For those two, and that was, well, 26 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, a long time ago. Amethyst is just well known. If you say to somebody, what gemstone is this? 9 times out of 10 they'll know what an amethyst is.
Yeah. And that's what I love about it. It's got that status. You know, it's when you're younger, I think when I was 7, I would have been able to name you the likes of a diamond, the likes of a ruby, the likes of an emerald, and the likes of an amethyst. I wouldn't have been able to point at something and go, oh, that's a labradorite. Yeah. Or, you know, oh, look at that zavarite garnet. I wouldn't have known that. That's because this is so famous, isn't it?
I mean, a lot of the massive jewellery houses, it's passed down from theirs to the boutique jewellers to the high street jewellers. You know, everybody uses amethysts. And you go and look at amethyst in a jeweller's window just on the high street, and it's very expensive.
Very
it's a
expensive.
very expensive gemstone. And sometimes it's not as good quality as that, because that purple is just, if you could like pick which one you wanted as your most favourite 100% definite amethyst, that is it.
It's this, isn't it? It most certainly is. And the thing is, you can even make it pop more by picking a colour that's near to it. It's complementary to it on the colour wheel, which means it's off in that direction, but it's slightly more delicate. So it really complements it, I think. But also it almost makes the purple pop more. Can you believe I'm bringing you this genuine, real deal blue opal, brand new, so new it only wanders into the studio an hour or so ago. Beautiful blue opal that's coming up. I also need to show you this amethyst, because amethyst is one of my favourite gemstones in the world. I'm just so lucky it's my birthstone. I just need to show you it with... Is there anything this gemstone won't go with? This gemstone's like, I don't know, Brad Pitt or something.
George Clooney.
Stunning. George Clooney. Yeah, George Clooney.
A little bit older.
Yeah, okay, slightly older. but hey, in the film world, kind of, maybe not. This is just gorgeous. That's coming up as a deal of the day. Well done to everyone. Just want to say to every single one of you, what you've got here now is a kind of price point that does not reflect quality. I just need to state that to you, because I will be bringing you on the morning show, or maybe on the mid show. You excited to have me back, boys? Next month. Gorgeous Carol's coming back off of maternity leave, and I'm coming back onto my home. Coming back onto my home side. March it is, mid-March. Oh, Brother Pete! Oh my God, you're so lovely. He's just come in and clapped and gone, yay, just out of the back. You're such a love, brother Pete. Yeah, I'm coming back. So yeah, you know, I am just over the moon to be able to bring you treats like this, but I do know in the future I will be ringing you Zambian amethyst at around £30, £40 even. So do just appreciate this for what it is, which is a ridiculously great purchase we made, but probably won't be likely to make again. At £9.95 for you today. Well done to all of you. A great deal there. Really wonderful. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. If you do want to treat yourself to more deals today, I have got the opportunity for you to do so, such as the zircon, which I want to show you, but also you've got a really stunning chain on, and I'm just thinking quite similar.
Yeah. I would have picked that one over the one that I'm wearing now because I've got more silver. I had more silver jump rings to make the pendant that I'm wearing. So yeah, if there's any of that one left.
You might begin your hands on it.
My little hands on that one.
Gosh, don't they just look gorgeous together? No, I wasn't yawning. That was just my... look at that face. Not look at that face. Don't look at that face. I mean just the... Oh, it's so gorgeous. I just want to sit and stare at these all day, but I've got stuff to do, so I can't. Well done to every single one of you on that amethyst. I'm absolutely chuffed as peas for you. I really am. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Right. What am I doing now, Tobes? 9 to 5. Findings in the gold. 925 with gold over the top. Now, this isn't something we get to see that often at all, and actually I was talking to you earlier on about kind of precious metals and things. Do you get to find precious metal findings that often, say if you're looking for your chainmail, your jump rings, etc.?
No, very rarely do you find gold-plated 925. You'll find gold-filled, which is completely different. It's a different makeup, but it's, you know, very, very rarely find 925 gold on sterling silver. Findings. You used to be able to get, is it called gold vermeil? You know, you can get vermeil gold, which is like a more rosy gold, if you like, over the top of sterling silver, but again, very expensive and very rare.
Yeah.
But for an actual full findings pack, no.
It's a bit
not
special,
for everything,
isn't it?
not for the crimps. The crimp covers everything.
For the whole kit and caboodle, it is something very special indeed. You've got loads of goodies in here, and it is 925 with that gold over the top. Now, I do have gold and rose gold and white gold, etc. type pieces coming up for you in the next 2 days from 8 AM tomorrow. I've got treats like that coming up for you. But one thing I will say is it's not going to be a findings pack like this. There are individual components. So, for example, you can buy your white gold head pins if you want to, but then you won't get everything else with it. You'll just get the individual components. So, if you do want to treat yourself to those goodies tomorrow, it's great because actually you can just pick out the main things you want to pick out, if that makes sense. Maybe you use loads of head pins, but you don't use that many, I don't know, clasps. Then you can just purchase exactly what you need, which is the wonderful thing about that tomorrow. But if right here, right now, you know you're busy tomorrow, or you have a funny suspicion you won't be able to stretch to the prices of the pure gold, but you want a look, now's your opportunity to do so. Because you've got all of these finds you see on screen now, all in 925 with stunning gold over the top. So that means you've got genuine real deal silver at the base, and then gorgeous 9 carat gold over the top of these ones, 18 carat gold over the top of these ones. So a very, very special look you're getting with this. Gold plated 925, 45 pieces in total. Your price point today, £15.95 for you today, ladies and gentlemen. No, let's just take £1 off. We prefer that number, don't we? £14.95. Should have been £15.95, but we've just taken £1 off for no other reason than we want to. Gold is extremely difficult to get our hands on right now. It truly, truly is. And we're going through around about a ton's worth of rough. Bear that in mind, how much that feels like. We're going through a ton's worth of rough to get a 1.1 grams worth of gold out of the ground at the moment in some locations. Loads of mines closing down before they even manage to make and sell a piece of gold, just going bankrupt because of the world being the way it is at the moment. So gold is very, well, it's always been a luxury, but it really isn't particularly at the moment. So if you want to have that lovely, delicate sprucing of gold over the top of 95, now's your chance at that drop down price of $14.95. Well done to everybody. And I've got to say, actually, going really nicely with that amethyst I brought you too.
And in the first kit, in the first part, we had the gold French wire. but I didn't have any gold finding, so I didn't use the gold French wire. So if you got that kit and the gold French wire to mix, yeah, that would be beautiful with it as well.
Oh, coming up in your second kit, ladies and gentlemen. Okie pokey. If I heard correctly, we're heading on over to a break right here, right now. Just want to say first, I thank you for joining me so far today. We've got 2 hours left of the show, and I have got so many more star buys to fit in. I've got so many more deals, and I'm going to try and wangle you some ridiculous price bundles. I'll be back with flirt and demonstrations galore after this break.
A lot of people get confused about the difference between white gold, yellow gold and rose gold. In fact, many people actually think it comes out the ground 3 different colours. The reality is all gold when it comes out the ground is yellow. It's that bright, vibrant colour that we're used to seeing as gold. So how do we get white gold and how do we get rose gold? Well, all gold that we buy, whether it be 9K, 14K, 18K, is all an alloy of different metals and the gold. So to turn it rose gold, in with the gold we blend copper. That gives us that lovely warm rose gold colour. And then to turn from yellow gold all the way to white gold, and that's why we always say white gold's the most expensive, is we have to alloy it with other expensive metals like silver, palladium and platinum to convert yellow all the way to white. And the higher the purity, so start at 9K, 14K, 18K, the higher the purity, like 18K, the harder it is to get that beautiful white colour.
Sarah Elvin brings you her DVD, Friendship Bracelets. This fantastic DVD is filled with excellent techniques to create the perfect friendship bracelet. This includes the chevron style bracelet, the knitted style bracelet, and the crisscross bracelet. Friendships are forever, and so are bracelets. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
In the UK, luckily for consumers, we have the Hallmarking Act that's some 400 or 500 years old now, and it protects the consumer against scrupulous people that are mis-selling gold and mis-selling silver. So it's different on different weights. For silver, you have to hallmark anything over 7.5 grams, or it's a strange number actually, it's 7.78 something, which is the old penny weight. The government decided they didn't want to have to hallmark their own pennies, but anything more than the old penny weight, you have to hallmark. When it comes to gold, being a more precious metal, they decided that anything over 1 gram, any article of gold over 1 gram, must carry a hallmark if it's set into jewellery. In fact, if you get right at the top end at platinum, anything over 0.5 gram needs hallmarking. But the great thing with gold is when you're putting gold into a jewellery piece that you're making yourself, you really are, what I say, adding inherent value. Gold will always be gold, it will always be kept, it can always be melted down and turned back into cash later on. And I always say that gold is like wearable investments. It's a way, and certainly all my good friends in India, where we make most of our lovely jewellery, they also really subscribe to this belief that every spare penny you've got, you put into gold because you can wear it, you can enjoy it, and it's there for the family and the next generation.
Join resident designer Sheila for our Bridal Headwear for Beginners DVD. Sheila will guide you through an array of beautiful bridal designs, including a pearl tiara, the star hair comb, a twisted spiral tiara, and much more. This DVD is packed full of inspiration and helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
I've got for you something to just make you smile. A massive amount of jewellery, so much so that it's encroached on my area. I have got a massive 15 pieces of jewellery made today. Take a look at some of these because they are just so eye-popping, like eye-popping gorgeousness. Look at the amount we've got there. It's huge amount. We're going to be showing you those in a wee while. But right here today, me and Fleur have just been talking about this gemstone because last time me and my lovely friend was on together, there was an opal on and we both had to purchase it. Fleur, we're both in love with good quality opal, aren't we? What is it you love about opal in general, please?
I love that it's not just that willow opal, that pinfire opal that you can get. I love the fact you can get it in so many different colours, and it's such a beautiful colour as well that all opals come in. This one is just so serene and so beautiful, and I never liked opal till I worked here.
Really? Interesting.
Because I'd only ever seen sort of like the Australian opal.
Yeah.
Seen, but I can tell I'm going to like this one as well because Becky's got that that lovely look of falling in love with a strand.
It's got, not in all of them, but it's got pink opalescence in them. Come on over, Fleur. Let me just see. I've got to get the light right for you. Can you see pinks in there?
Definitely. This one here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Isn't that special? Gosh. Look at the new loads.
And there. Mark, if my husband's watching now, go and get the tablet thing.
No, really do. Do you know the price of this?
No idea.
It's under £20.
Yeah, I need it.
You're going to need two.
Will I?
I mean this.
Okay.
I mean this. You're going to need two. Ladies and gentlemen, genuine, natural blue opal. I can't believe this. Now, there's so many of you coming in for this, probably because you know how much we love opal. Now, I just want to let you know that when I talk about pink opalescence, now why can't you see that? That's because the lights in here are so one-directional. To be able to see a light translation through opal, you need it to kind of be covered at lots of different locations. You see all of these lights, there's 4 big bars in them, and each and every one of those bars is a double, so it's like 8 lights pointing at you from every which way with these ones. It's so you can see the set and you can see what the guest designer's doing and everything else, but it does tend to bleach out certain gemstone colours such as this. Now when I look at this, just like me and Fleur did, when you look at it in particular in natural light, it loves natural daylight much more than it does these types of lights, you're going to get the opportunity to get this beautiful, delicate kind of pink bursting through there, and it's not like a pinfire. It's like a hue. I describe it, well, it's an opalescence. So it's almost like a light transaction inside. It's almost like this sort of glow. It's like this bursting of colour. It's not like the pinfire that you'd get. We can get that in certain blue opals, but you tend not to from this location and in this form in particular. But you get this beautiful kind of, how would you describe it, the pink we've just seen?
It's difficult to describe. It's almost like a candy floss pink that just fires out through the gemstone.
Yeah.
And it's not just in one area, it sort of like radiates and glows throughout the whole gemstone.
It sort of follows you as you move around, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's that word that I can't say and I can't sing it.
Phenomenal.
That's it.
That one. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It is. And it literally is a phenomenon, gemstones. But why does that happen? Why do you get to see the pinks? Let me tell you. It's because you get these tiny, tiny microscopic spheres. I mean, they're so small. Imagine a grain of sugar on your hand. The elements in here are so, so, so tiny. On that one grain of salt, you'd be able to get around 40,000 of the spheres that make up this. 40,000 on one grain of salt. That's how sugar. That's how small they are. They're absolutely tiny, tiny, tiny. But essentially what you get with these is they all kind of lock together. They all kind of sit nicely and nestle together. But because they're spheres, they're not like, you know, in a cubic structure, just these striations. It's not like in a labradorite where you get all of these long lengths of tubes that the light hits. So what it does is it kind of hits the sphere at an angle. Let me show you. hits the sphere. I'm a visual learner. It hits the sphere like this, and what it does is it domes around it, so it bends around. And because it's bending around, when the light hits your eye, it kind of has dispersed. It's kind of gone in these different areas, because it's not just hit something and gone ping, ping. It's kind of gone and bounded out. Now, it's really, really interesting that it gives you that. It's so unique at Opal. I absolutely love and adore it, in particular in this look and this variety. One of the rarest colours you've got in the world here. Very, very rare indeed of your blue opal. Fleur, you know I was saying I'm going to bring it to you at just under £20. Mm. I didn't mean by 5p.
Right.
I meant by £5 under. See, I told you needed 2, didn't I?
Yes, I do.
I didn't technically lie, it was more of an exaggeration.
Oh, it's
£9.95. That's why I said you needed 2, because you were happy to pay the £20 just for the
more.
one. So really, 2. Yeah. What do you think of that?
Wow. That's really shocked me, that. I really didn't think that would be a £10 strand at all. I thought for what I've just seen with that beautiful pink flashes coming through it, that would be at least, and I think if you showed one person just that one gemstone with that pink flash through it and said, how much would you pay for it? They'd think that they can, you know, it would be a
considered purchase, wouldn't it, for that one individual? Well, the same coloured opal, and we did buy a coloured opal. It wasn't like an Ethiopian opal. We bought a coloured opal that we bought. Original price point on that was £35-ish, wasn't it?
It was.
I'm quite happy to pay that because it had the pink colours in it. Yeah. But this, at that price...
That's amazing. It's a beautiful blue as well.
Yeah, it's
that is
stunning.
A really beautiful blue. And I know that we're vintage this weekend, but that is a real vintage colour. That is absolutely beautiful.
So beautiful, isn't it, and delicate. And if I just flash you that, these are all my names going down. People with it in their baskets, well, I can only see a small amount of you. I can only see a small selection, but I'm being told it is over 30. So if you want to get your hands on this, you've got to be absolutely quick as a pea, because your names are just going bring, 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 bring. So do be super quick on this. Could I just say to every single one of you, I've got over half of my stock gone on this now, but to every single one of you who've got it, massive congratulations, because you're about to be doing the Charleston when you get this. You really are. You're going to be over the moon. And what I would say is, when you get it, take it outside with you. Doesn't really matter too much on the weather. Take it outside with you. But I would also say, if you've got a nice candle in your kind of living room or whatever, obviously don't put it too close to it, but just light your candle and just look at it in the background, probably about a handspan or 2 away from the candle, and just move it along, kind of in front of it, to give you that look. And also try holding it up just to your normal kind of light bulb as well, because it changes the way it looks. It's such a unique gemstone. Changes the way it looks in each. Well done to everyone. Okay, I'd better get on with the kit, hadn't I, really? Not many left of those ones at all, not many at all. I'm going to get on to the kit now, and I've got to say, when you opened this, I bet you had a smile, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, because I knew when Pip said I could do resin and vintage, I just prayed that he'd give me the things that I wanted. I never asked him for any of it, but it was like I'd made the kit myself, that I wanted, all the bits I wanted. It was just amazing.
It's just stunning, isn't it? So we've got this kit, of which we're going to be bringing to you in a couple of sections. The great thing about bringing it to you in a couple of sections is, maybe, you know, you really want to get your hands on the gemstones, but maybe you haven't tried resin yet. You want to see a resin demonstration first and then decide where you can absolutely do that. So I'm going to bring to you these treats first off. Ladies and gentlemen, I would say is first kit sold out, second section sold out, third section sold out. We've had a lot of sellouts today on many of our gemstones as well. So you've got to come in and get yourself on the phone lines quick when you have the opportunity to do so. I'm going to put that back down here. I'm bringing to you, now what do I save till the end? I'm going to start with the pearls, because we've been in love with pearls today, haven't we? I'm going to start off with these. They're just so high in luster quality. Take a look. Wow. Sorry, I've just been told the price of that. That is actually, you know, everything that's under this. I'm going to take it under £35.
What, for that kit?
For this whole section? No. Well, I know, Wow.
Wow.
Hang on. Let's have a look at this. No, wait. The RRP on this is £40.70. I can't believe this. This is so exciting. I've also got for you here your smoky quartz, your champagne pearls. I've got your golden obsidian as well. Now, it's a big amount you're getting here, isn't it? A big amount to be able to work with, a serious amount of gemstones. You've got 2mm and 4mm on these ones. And then the notoriety of the silk. Now, this gold silk is stunning. I've never seen something so fine as this in the silk world.
Yeah, it's very, very fine silk, so it'll go through all your high-end gemstones. This one doesn't have a needle on there, but you can make a needle quite easily with a small section of 0.25, pop it through, and then just twist the 0.25 in a tiara twist, and you've then got yourself a needle on the end of that beautiful thread.
Fantastic.
And it's a beautiful thread, it really is. It feels so lovely.
So soft. Look at how fine that is. And look as well, we've even thought with the spool about it, and we've put that kind of lock section in there. See how you can pull it across? And it actually locks in there, so that you know that that's held into space, and then you know you can take it out. And I've done that a couple of times, and it's not fraying, it's not splitting, the softness is still there. That is high quality silk, isn't it? Wow. Wow. Now, if you want to treat yourself to this today, you're absolutely in the right place. I've got to say, you know, this is finer than even the likes of your monofilament, really. So you've got yourself a real treat indeed. It's going to go through so many gems. A massive 180 meters worth of that silk. Now that is a big amount. This must just go on and on and on and on.
Yeah. I mean, I've used very, very little of it. I just use it to thread the pearls onto themselves. I've not really used it in any of the resin pieces, but you could quite easily pop it in the resin as well. But I would personally save it for my pearl knotting. Yeah, and my gemstones as well.
Because actually we were talking before about how with certain pearls, if you've not really got the time to maybe double ream them and go through them twice, this surely would go through pretty much any pearl twice.
Yes, so you could do the different style of pearl knotting that you know Helen's done before, where she just ties it in an overhand knot and puts 2 threads through and then knots it. So if you're used to that kind of knotting, this is perfect, because like I say, it'll go through lots of times.
If you want to learn pearl knotting, we did do a demonstration on it in our first designer inspiration time, so do feel free to watch it back on YouTube. Just go to YouTube, Jewellery Maker, and today's date should come up, and it's the first hour of the show. I've got for you here all of these stunning gemstones, a very, very rare obsidian, beautiful, very deep and rich smoky quartz, and those 2 strands of pearls, including the pearls we stopped doing, if you remember. Don't know if you remember that. We stopped doing these pearls for a very long time, didn't we? Gone back in today. Memory Lane with Fleur, the price point today. We're going to roll this down for you. Now, the estimated retail value on this, i.e. the price that it was before we dropped any prices, was almost £41. £41 for all of this is great, but £24.95 is immiscible. That is, see, Fleur's just looked across and it's just shaking her head. That is something very special indeed.
It is, because they're very high-end strands. I mean, the smoky quartz alone is such a beautiful high-end strand. And what's the 2mm? Are they the golden obsidian?
You golden obsidian, yeah.
To get golden obsidian, and they are beautifully golden as well. They are, and I have put some in resin, but it's not made it onto here. I think it's in my bag somewhere. But I did set them into the resin, and they just shine throughout that resin. Yeah,
they really did. We lost one of the pieces, didn't we? That's how much she's made. I was just like, should we go out and look for it? She was like, oh, it'll be all right. I'll look for it later. We'll try and find it, and we'll take pictures for the Facebook page. Well done to everyone who's coming in and getting that. I just want to say, huge price discount on that. And another thing I will point out to you is, looking at this now, working out around £5 per component is astonishing. £5 for 180 metres of real deal silk in one of the finest and most workable grades we've got. £5 for for golden obsidian, one of those gemstones that is so beautiful and so unusual, made famous by very well-known series of late. You know, big gemstone there with a big amount of fashion to it. We've got the 1920s. They couldn't even really afford to wear these usually. Coco Chanel inspired real deal pearls. And we've got the type of pearls that we stopped doing. We stopped buying them. We stopped buying accent pearls because it was too expensive to make them. And then loads of people messaged in saying we want them back. We had loads of emails and messages and everything else saying bring us back the accent pearls. We had to bring them back. But prices of accent pearls usually about the, what, $10.95 to $12.95 price point, isn't it? For a strand like that. In fact, more. I thought you were more. So actually half your price is just on that one strand. That's how I think of it. It's amazing, isn't it? I'm so excited. I'm going to walk really slowly past these so you get the chance to look. Sneaky. No, I'm not going to align my neck with each of them.
Brilliantly done as well.
Thank you. Your necklaces and your bracelets and your rings and everything else you've got here, every single one of them, it's like telling you a different story.
Yeah, it is. Resin is one of those mediums where it's endless. As long as it's dry and it's not wet, you can pop it into resin. So if it's completely dry, you can pop it into resin, and it seals it in memories forever. Yeah. So it can be. I've even put a bus ticket for somebody in resin that when they met their partner on a bus, and she had the bus ticket, and I put it into a paperweight for her.
That's really sweet.
As just a memento, a memory that she can keep forever. So with resin, there is so much you can do with it, and so many different looks that you can create with it. And hopefully we've shown a few different looks. Yeah.
You most certainly have. Now, when we're working with resin, it's something that anyone can get involved with, isn't it?
Completely.
But there's so many different looks you can get.
Yeah, there is. There's so many different kinds of resins, and there's so many different possibilities with resin. So, I mean, we've got two resins here. I know that we've got a thixotropic resin, which is a very thick resin. You can get a flexible doming resin, which I know that we're trying to bring as well. But there's so much you can do with it. The hardest thing with resin is weighing it out. Once you've weighed your resin out, that's it.
It's sorted, isn't it?
It's just playtime then. You just play with whatever you can find in the house. Like I say, as long as it's 100% dry. So if you're popping flowers in there and things like that, as long as it's 100% dry, you can pop anything into resin. It's just a wonderful medium. So and we do some amazing moulds for those pieces. And like this piece here, you can create.
I've got loads of moulds coming up for you later, but look at that. I mean, it's just so individual. It's not really like any other medium we do.
No, it's not. And I did do a cameo, but it wasn't very vintage, so I've not brought it with me. But I did a bright pink cameo, and I put it against a black background. So when I get home, if I can find it, I'll photograph it, because I didn't think it was very vintagey.
Oh no, I wouldn't have minded a nosy at it anyway. Now, if the keen-eyed amongst you may well notice the likes of these bezels we're showing you, I will be bringing them to you ASAP. I've also got some resin for you, I've got some moulds for you, I've got loads going on for you today. So you have the opportunity to make this mammoth amount of pieces. So we are going to get started talking about resin. What do you want to discuss, Fleur?
Okay, so with resin, like we said, the hardest thing, which isn't very hard at all, because I can do it, is weighing it out. Okay, and there's a certain little formula that you have to remember with the resin that we sell here, which is the Chemset resin. It's different for each resin. So I know we do ice resin as well, and we've done another type of resin. But for the resin that we're selling today, it's 2 parts resin to 1 part hardener. So if you put 2 grams of resin into your pot, you need 1 gram of hardener to make it cure. And it's a chemical reaction that helps resin to cure and to set. Okay, so it's actually like industry style resin so this is what they use in cars. It's very hard wearing, it's a fabulous resin. There's no odour with this one, and some resins are very smelly and not very nice. You have to use them in a well ventilated area. This one is absolutely fine, there's no smell at all from it.
So which resin are we going to start off using?
With the doming resin. Well, we can start with the doming resin, we'll start with that one, because that's the one that you get quite a lot of. So that's the one that I've used for quite a lot of my clear. So it's not only just for doming resin, it's more of a, if you think about the viscosity, so runny and almost like a chewing gummy type.
Yeah.
So with high viscosity or the doming resin, what happens when you pop it onto say you dropped a drop of water onto a mat, it would flood. If you dropped a drop of honey onto a mat, it would stay in a dome. Okay, so that's the kind of technology behind it. So the doming resin will stay in a dome and it will want to stick together. So the particles want to stay together.
They do.
And with a low viscosity resin, which we're going to do in a minute, that will flood. So that's perfect for your moulds and things like that. So you can pop it in. The colours that we do can't be used. The transparent colours that we do cannot be used with the doming resin. The only thing you can use with doming resin is colour pastes.
The pots.
Okay. So as long as you sort of like, and I've been working with the resin for 7 years, and I still have that written down, and it's next to me, and it's laminated, so I know that.
Time and time again.
Yeah, and it's the different numbers on this. If you can see the numbers on the hardeners and the numbers on the actual resin itself, they're different. Okay, so if when you get them both together, pop a big label on it and say doming resin.
Doming resin.
Yeah, so you don't mix them up, because if you accidentally mix the hardeners up or the resins up, it won't cure.
It won't work at all.
It will just go into like this awful sludgy mess, and it won't ever cure, and it'll just ruin your piece. If you've actually used like a one-off memory that you've got, you don't want to obviously wreck it by not having the right resin.
So you might think, oh well, I've already got this resin, but actually I'll just have the this type with it. No, you can't. Use it as is. These two pairs coming together. Now, this is your resin essentials. You're getting the dropper, you're getting the hardener, and you're getting the resin itself. Your price point today, everybody, should be. Now, we always sell these, we always sell these together. We never sell just one and just the other, really. So to drop it in price is almost unheard of, in particular to under £10.
Yeah. And it will go on for ages. I've just mixed 2 grams of resin and 1 gram of hardener there.
And already.
So you can see how, if I pop it there, you can see how much I've got. Absolutely loads
to
in
work
there.
with.
So if I could fill about 10 bezels with resin with that, and that's just using. Now when you get your resin home, a lot of people I know when they get them home, if I just borrow that one, they'll go, oh, it's only half full. It's not. It's not half full. That's the correct amount for the amount of hardener that you've got. So if you use it correctly, they will both run out at the same time.
Absolutely.
Okay, so don't think that there's half missing and somebody's had half of your resin. It's just in that bigger bottle because of the because it needs the air within there just to keep it settled.
It's like with the likes of when you've got your hair dye and there's only a bit, it's like that. So well done to everyone who's got that. Loads of you coming in for it. Just to let you know, even if you've never tried this before, so long as you can weigh things and stir things, you're in the right place. So treat yourself to this today, £9.95. And like I say, got the bezels coming up for you later and the other type of resin too. Okie dokie, I'm with you.
With your scales, so my set of scales, mine are jewellery scales that I've used, so you can get them from wherever.
Yeah.
But as long as they go to 0.0 of a gram, so you can measure half a gram or 0.2 of a gram. When it comes to resin, I tend to only measure out 2 grams. The lowest I'll measure out is 2 grams of resin, 1 gram of hardener, just because I think little tiny bits like half a gram, and then it's maths and it's too complicated.
It gets a bit much. Yeah.
So I keep it nice and simple. So I'm just going to show you how you measure it out. Now these bottles are perfect. Now if you get like a big vat of resin, it's very difficult to weigh it out, because one drop over and that's it, you've got to chuck it away.
Yeah.
So with your hardener, so I'm going to measure 2 grams of resin into my pot, and all I'm using is a medicine pot, so you can see it's got all the little measurements on the side. Don't go by the measurements on the side. Don't think if I go to number 10 and then go halfway. It's not precise enough. You've got to use your scales. Okay, so I'm just going to pop 2 grams, and as you can see, because it's got this little dropper on there, it's really easy to get to your 2. So you just, when you get to about 1.8, just slow it down. And what I tend to do is just tap the scales, okay? Now, as you can see, I've got mine on a rubber block because this is really bouncy. So if I was to put my scale straight onto here, I might get a false reading. So I've got it on a rubber block, so it's got a really nice sturdy base. So I just need 1 more drop. Just give it another little tap.
Okay, in there.
There we go.
2
I've
grams.
got 2 grams. So that's my resin part. So now I'm going to take my hardener, and the hardener always comes with a pipette, so it's a little bit easier to pour out. Okay, so I'm now going to go to 1 gram. So I need to make this up to 3 because I've got 2 grams of resin. Now a little tip with some scales, they time out after 2 minutes. Okay, so you've got to keep touching the weighing platform. That sounds very grand for a small set of scales, isn't it? A weighing platform. Just keep touching the platform just so that it keeps correcting itself. I just need another 2.2 of a gram. So that's generally like 2. There we go, that should be it. No, 1 more.
And it is important to be this precise because you want it to make sure it dries perfectly and that it lasts and lasts and lasts.
Yeah, it won't set. So now that's the hard bit done. That's it. Now I can turn my scales off.
Bit.
That's it, and now the fun begins. But before you start with the fun, you have to stir this for a couple of minutes, okay? Now, just stir it around. Don't stir it like you're whisking a cake because that's going to create air bubbles into it. You want as little air bubbles in this as you possibly can. So I know when Fiona's on, she always says 2 minutes is a good guideline. So yeah, just give it, and all that's doing is it's mixing both particles or both sets together to actually create the chemical reaction to start this curing. Now once you've mixed this together, you can use this for about an hour, but it'll start to go through changes. It'll go from runny like this. So this one's only just been done, so you can see how that's running.
Yeah.
This one's been done about 10 minutes and it's quite warm in here. And you can see it's slightly thicker.
Yeah, I see.
So it'll start to go through different changes. That's the one that's slightly thicker. That's been made about 10 minutes. This one's only just been made and you can see
still needs
it's
a bit of
really
time.
running. Yeah, so you can use it up to an hour afterwards, depending on how hot your house is or where you're making this. Resin does have to have it has to be about 13 degrees for it to cure. So if it's really, really cold, you can't put it outside to cure because it won't, especially in winter, it won't cure outside. Okay, so I've now got 2 pots mixed up. So what I'm going to do to start with is I'm going to show you how, if you've got, say, a dress or a shirt or something that no longer fits you or it's not in fashion, but you love the material and you'd like to make a memory piece from that piece of material. I'm going to show you how you can actually create your pieces of material into resin, pop them into resin. If you were just to cut things like ribbon, if I was to cut this and pop this into resin, all these frayed edges here would all look quite untidy within my piece. So what I've actually done is I've actually popped them onto one of these silicone mats, so you know the heat-proof mats that we sell?
The Teflon ones, yeah.
Teflon ones. All I've done is I've covered the mat in resin and then I've just laid on my pieces of fabric, popped another thin layer over the top, and then if I peel this off, because resin doesn't stick to this Teflon, when I peel it off, I've now got a piece of fabric in the resin that I can now cut up. And on the 2 pieces that I've used on, this one here.
That's that one there, isn't it?
Yeah, this one there, and then the butterfly as well, I've used it on. So all I've done is just randomly cut little triangles and little shapes, and I've just put that in there and just literally pop it in the mould, pour it in. I've also used it in the one that's right next to, right on the very end, so the pendant that's right in the very end.
Oh, in the bezel?
In the bezel.
Yeah, yeah.
With the bezels, because you want to get this really perfect, you don't want to sort of like cut too much away and then it doesn't fit in the bezels.
Yeah.
What I did is I took some polymer clay and I popped it into the bezels and I made polymer clay templates, if you like, because it's really difficult to actually get the template of the actual mould itself perfectly.
Yeah.
So all I did is I got some, and this is how good at polymer clay I am, I even burnt these.
It's easily done.
No, I just can't do polymer clay. I'm just rubbish. So I've got 2 little moulds anyway, one of the oval and one of the round, and that fits into the 2 bezels that I wanted them to use them in. So I now know that when I go home, if I want to, say, create a section out of this part here, I can just pop that on there, trace around it, cut it out, and I know that will fit into my bezel absolutely perfectly. And then with a little bit of resin just to glue it in, it's there.
Perfect. And I have got some bezels for you right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen. Now, bezels are something which Resin and bezels are like kind of made to be together, aren't they?
They are absolutely made to be together, yeah.
You can get this cameo design, this cameo effect, you can get this framed look, but don't think these are just for resin. They're not. If you do polymer clay and you want to etch into polymer clay to create a scene, perfect for this. If you want to do things like your, you know, memory lockets with these, then you absolutely can. Even if you're just like me and you like a little bit of paper craft, you know, a photograph in here with just a little bit of a safety over the top. These are so beautiful that we've got the opportunity to bring you this many. When I brought you bezels before, I'm used to bringing you just a pack of 5, but actually look at how many of these I've got. Not only do I have the ovals here, which come in 2 different designs, one with a really large flourish of a frame, one with a very delicate one. Can you see the difference in those two? One very, very delicate, one with those extra flourishes that we have in there. There you go. And you've almost got that kind of facet work in there too. So you've got those 2 different designs, you're getting 10 of each. And then you've also got these ones here. Now these ones don't, the top ones I've got here don't have a top bail point, so you could hang these in any direction.
So I've done a beautiful bracelet with those ones, and I've just created 5 bezels and literally just poured different coloured glitters into the resin and then poured it into the bezels. And they're very easy to work with. And if you, especially if you use the high viscosity, the doming resin, so that it can actually sit within that bezel so nicely. So the little bracelet that's there, you know, that is just literally, it's green resin, green glitter, copper glitter and black glitter that I think it was in a vintage kit, a vintage glitter kit that was on a long time ago. But I think there's lots of glitters on the website anyway.
Stunning.
And what I did also as well, when you don't waste anything with your resin. So when I made that bracelet, I had quite a lot of the resin left over with the glitter in it. And again, I just popped it on one of the Teflon sheets and let it dry. And now, exactly the same as what I used my material with, I've now got a piece of resin that I can cut up. And you can see that I've just started to cut that there. With
just ordinary scissors, isn't it?
And when me and Claire did the resin workshop, Mark came in, he said they looked like peacock poo.
Wow!
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, you can use this exactly the same now as what you can use your fabric. So that's how versatile resin can be. You know, you can drop it into sort of like, I mean, you could even mix the 2 together.
Oh, I like that idea. You could, couldn't you?
You could put little bits of the glitter in and little bits of this fabric in as well.
Love that idea. I've got the bezels, which are perfect for those designs, but also you've got the chain here too. I know, chain, this much chain as part of a kit is nearly unheard of. A massive 10 metres worth. And it is that gorgeous antique bronze colour, which just goes perfectly with that vintage theme, but also the bezels, doesn't it?
It does. It goes wonderfully with it. Absolutely perfect.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, all of this is part of a collection. Can you believe it? You've got a mammoth 40 bezels and 10 metres worth of that chain. Your price point today on all of this, we're rolling it down. Already an exceptional price, because as a paper crafter I've bought things like this in a well-known range named after a gentleman, and I tell you what, that price point for 10 you'd be likely to get. £21.95 for you today is genuinely, absolutely corker. That is amazing.
And you can put your papers into resin as well. When you're putting paper into resin or photographs into resin, spray it with a really cheap hairspray. You can buy like the Slap It On and Mod Podge and those kind of mediums, and I know we do the Slap It On the website, but a really cheap, the cheapest you can get, like if you went out
lower
in a hurricane,
than a 99p store one.
Yeah, went out in a hurricane, your hair wouldn't move. That kind of hairspray, spray it front and back so it seals it, leave it to dry, and then you can put your resin straight over the top of your photo or your piece of paper. So if you've got a small section of a card that means a lot to you, you know, you can make that into a paperweight. You know, if you're looking at making paperweights, things like that, look at big like soap moulds and things like that. So the bigger the better, ice cube moulds, those kind of things. I mean, these moulds are perfect for jewellery because they're designed specifically for the size of jewellery. But if you wanted to make a big piece, then obviously, you know, anything that's silicone mould.
The job to do it. I've got moulds coming up for you in a little bit. Just need to let you know your names have gone off my screen on this. That is an astonishing price point for all of these. Do feel free to do your research on the likes of these bezels, because honestly, price point wise, you can pay in a heck of a lot more. I myself have bought a pack of 10 smaller than these bezels, not as much detail, for over £14. So, and that wasn't even that long ago. So a great price point for you with the chain included. Okay, Pokey Flirt, I'm with you.
Okay, so we're going to have a go at making a cameo. Okay, so when I first got the mould, I didn't know if I could actually make a cameo out of resin. I didn't know if it was whether I could actually pick up the detail with the resin and keep it where it needed to be. So it actually picked up the recess of the actual cameo lady herself,
the
and
detail,
then put the background colour in afterwards. But it works perfectly. Now, when you get your cameo mould, it comes with this front sheet. You need this because you need to see where all the areas are for actually painting the resin on. And there's a perfect example of the of how I didn't keep this, and look at it, because one lady has got a beautiful ponytail, the other lady's not got a ponytail.
Oh, she not? No.
But she still looks beautiful. She's got an updo, but she hasn't got a ponytail at the back. So the one in the orange resin, she's not got a ponytail. But she's okay. She's fine with it. She's still got a nice updo.
Updo.
Yeah, she's got an updo, but she's fine. So you can pick out, and if you wanted to, you could even paint the flowers in here as well. So you could even pick up all the flowers in the detail and use the red resins. So you can see her ponytail's missing.
That's
but
all right.
you can't see that there was supposed to be a ponytail.
No,
there.
you can't.
If you look at the black one that's next to the small bezel there, you can see her with her ponytail in all her glory. So you can change them.
Yeah, of course you can.
It's just so what you need to do is we need to add a colour paste into our resin to actually colour it white. Okay, so these colour pastes, all they are is just a high pigment colour.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Okay, and we do lots and lots of different colours on the website. And these are different to all the other coloured resins. This isn't a resin itself, this is just a colour. Okay, so if I just turn it around so you can see. So you could do these, I think we've got a blue and a yellow.
We've got loads,
and
haven't we?
Lots and lots. And what you need to do is you need to be able to put 10% of the resin weight in there. Now that is really hard going for my little brain to cope with.
Me three.
Yeah, so if you just take a cocktail stick, dip it in and just get a little tiny bit on the end, that is enough to colour. So you can see how far this little pot's going to go. That's enough to colour that resin. So I've just popped that into the resin, put the lid back on, because if I don't knock it over, maybe Becky might.
Probably.
Yeah.
We know how clumsy I am.
Well, and me. Now what I always tend to do is always have one of these Teflon mats to hand, so that I can put things that are covered in resin onto there. The other thing you can use are like takeaway tubs, so something like this, just to put all the resin in, so at the end you can just chuck it away because it's got all the bits of resin.
Don't have to worry about
now
it.
when you are dealing with resin, you do need to protect your hands, because it's a chemical. I mean, I've never known anybody have a reaction to it, but if you've got slightly sensitive skin, you do just need to like protect your hands. And we've got this on the website, I think. It's just like a no
protector
gloves.
balm, yeah.
You
Oh,
can
wear
use
gloves.
this. Oh, wear gloves, yeah. So you can use the gloves as well. So just so you know, I've already got some on, but I think I've been using resin so long, I think I'm hardened to it. I don't think it bothers my skin at all. So now I've gone from a clear resin to a nice white resin, okay? Now what we're going to need to do to make this is actually just a cocktail stick. So they're all throwaway pieces that you can get from that shop where everything's under £1, yeah? So you just, you can get these measuring cups, you can get your lollipop sticks, and you can get your cocktail sticks.
Okay.
A lot of people have got these anyway. Now you always need something like a baby wipe to hand as well, just because you're going to be constantly cleaning off just to make sure that you've actually got the area correctly. Now, I think we'll probably use this large lady here so that you can see it a lot better. Now, this is stained a little bit red because that's where I was just playing with the different colours. Okay. But it won't come off in the resin, it's absolutely fine. So all you're going to do, takes a long time to do it right. So what you can't do is just pour the resin in and just say, oh, well, she needs lots of resin in there, so it won't stay there. But I'm just going to start just by adding a little bit of resin in, and then it's literally just with your cocktail stick, you're just going to dab it all the way around. Now this is where your piece of paper comes in that came with the mould, because now I can make sure you actually get the correct lady, because I was making one lady and it was a different one completely. So just look at the lady and just start to encourage the resin. Now what I would say, if you want to do these cameos, let the resin sit for about 15 minutes so it starts to go a little bit more gooey like, so it's not really runny. All you're gonna do is just keep painting it in, and like I say, it's quite labour intensive. It's not, you're not going to do this in like 30 seconds. It's not like pouring it into a mould or into a bezel. And you're just going to start off with a really fine, thin layer. Okay, so I'm just going to go all the way around. And like I said, I'm not going to do it all because I don't want to bore you all completely of watching. But you've got to keep looking at your picture and saying, oh, because some parts, like some of these ladies have got very ornate hair vines and flowers around their necks. So sometimes it's difficult to see where they are. So if you look at your picture, you can actually see where it all is.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to do a little bit more.
Whilst you're adding that in, I'll give you the cameos. We've had people asking, are we having these on? We are having them on right here, right now. Gorgeous cameo design mould. It is just phenomenal. These are the looks you can create with this, as you can see. You get some with frame design, you get some that are just beautiful kind of elegant molds that are really elongated. You've got kind of the Victorian lady design with these different models within them. You can use this full resin. It's so flexible. You aren't going to be breaking this or doing anything wrong with this at all, because even though that's folded over to its maximal, just go straight back. You know, to wash them, it's so simple, it's so easy to do. And you can use these with polymer clay. It even tells you step by step exactly how you would use this if you were to use polymer clay, or any type of clay really that you work with on these. Actually, some of them are so delicate and small, silver clay you would be able to use with these, I'm sure of it. It is a wonderful piece of kit. Your price point today for all of those different molds is just £12.95, and considering you've got 2, 4, 6 different mould designs in here, that price, it's working out, well, less than £3 per one, isn't it? Which is a phenomenal deal. £12.95, less than 50 of those ones left now though. £12.95 for you.
So you don't have to use the whole mould as well. So this is the ring mould at the bottom. So I've just painted the white resin into the ring mould on the back.
And just use that
tiny little bit.
Lovely.
Or if you wanted to just the cameo itself, you can just make the actual cameo.
Lovely.
So you can just use her, you know, you don't have to put the background in.
Yeah.
But what you need to do is, once you've painted all that in and you've got this kind of shape, let that dry now for 12 hours. If you've got something like a propagator or an airing cupboard, you can pop it in there and it'll speed it up a little bit, but tend to leave it for 12 hours. If you don't leave it and you're impatient and you try and get it out the mould, you'll squish it and it'll go all funny, like she's not made it.
She looks a bit squiffy.
Yeah, she's not made it into the final 12.
No,
at all.
she hasn't.
She's a bit squashed.
She's a bit squishy at the side,
look,
you can see.
She's a bit squashed, and she's got lots of fingerprints where I tried to make sure that she was cured and she wasn't.
Not quite right.
So once you've let the white section settle then for the 12 hours, then you can put your colour background on. So with the colours, we've got some amazing colours. Now this one here is using the black background. Now because this mould is it's got like a powder finish to it. Yeah. With your moulds, whatever the inside of your mould looks like, so if it's dull, your piece will come out dull. If it's shiny, your piece will come out shiny.
Like these ones.
Like these ones. So the feathers and the and this round section, this round one here, the feather sections, they've come out of that beautiful mould and they've come out shiny because the inside is shiny. Whereas this mould is dull inside, so they've come out dull, which is perfect for cameos. Yeah. Because you want the cameo to be dull, you don't want it to be a high shine. No. If you wanted to coat her in resin, you could do and give her a high shine, that's no problem at all. But now the fun part is picking the colour that you're going to put into the back. Now this one here has got a red, but you can't, until you get it up into the light, you can see that the red shining through.
It's almost like an opalescence, almost like a gemstone look, isn't it?
I mean, she didn't make it either because I messed up a bit of her hair. So she was in the she didn't make it pile, and also I didn't let the white dry properly. And can you see it's just bled through a little bit? So
you're just too picky, you are.
I know,
Fleur.
but she didn't make it. So you've got the red. And you've got this beautiful orange, which if you put the orange is behind the feather, this feather here, sorry.
Yeah, the one over there.
It looks like they're made of amber, so it looks like feathers are actually encapsulated in amber. So the yellow and the orange are absolutely beautiful. You want that sepia look, and the yellow one is the one next to Becky. So these colours, they're amazing by themselves, but you can mix them as well. You can cocktail the colours together. So if you wanted the orange to be more darker, more reddy orange, mix a little bit of the red and a little bit of the orange.
I love that.
Now the colours are exactly the same as the clear resin. So you need 2 parts of your colour to 1 part of your hardener, or you can water it down. Yeah. So you can. So you definitely need the hardener that Becky's got there with these colours. So you can't use the other hardener, and you can't colour the other resin with these colours. Only the low viscosity resins. So you can use them as their pure colour as they are, or you can water them down with the clear that comes in the next
which
bundle.
I'm going to bring you in the next bundle. I'm bringing you these colours here, and we just show you how beautiful they are. Really rich colours. I'll show you the back of them. Now I'm bringing these to you in the collection. You can see the vibrancy in which they come out, and they do have a glow. It's not a flat colour at all. No. You can see the transparency of them when I show you it at the back. It really does glow. They're beautiful to work with. Price point today for all 4 of these. Now I just want to mention, I've never actually seen these before. Have you? Have you seen them?
Yeah, but not
together. Often at all, and never together. I've never seen these collection. I think I've seen one maybe as a pairing with these, but I've never seen this collection. So to bring them to you at that price is great. £24 almost. Not today. You're ready for it. We're going to roll this down. £24 for this is great, but we are going to take it under 20. Your price point for all of them, to play with and enjoy and have fun with. Blair's just looking at me and then just shaking her head again.
I know how much they are individually on our website and other places as well, and you can buy 4 for that.
You can today. You can today.
That red is the bracelet that's there with the rose that's coming up in the next the next mould.
Yeah.
So the red rose there, that is the pure red, so that's got no colouring in it at all.
No.
And on that background of the bezel, it shows up more of a darker red.
Really
Whereas
deep.
if you had the light coming through it, you'd see it more of a...
like you do on the...
That's got a bit of glitter in, so the one on the end... I can show you this one here, actually. That one's
oh, yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Show you
this one.
You can do it, because
I
can't do it.
There you go.
So that's got just a little bit of red glitter within the red there. And like I say, you know, if you've got children, 9 times out of 10 you've got some glitters as well, because you
gorgeous, isn't it?
Put it on everything when you've got children.
Fab.
So yeah, you can pop those in, and so their colours are absolutely beautiful, and they're really true colours. Like I say, when you put them in the moulds and you want the black, so the black is a transparent black, but when you put it in that cameo mould, it comes out opaque black.
Yeah.
So you can create that beautiful,
if you want to,
faux cameo.
I'm going to really quickly just throw on the low viscosity resin as well, so that you can get your pairing. So you've got your pairing there ready and raring to go with the likes of your colours. Again, you're getting the hardener and you're getting the actual piece itself. Now it is different in kind of feel, isn't it, obviously?
Yeah, so this is the low viscosity, this is the really runny one. So if you wanted a dome on something, you can't dome with this. Well,
no.
You have to leave it for about half an hour till it goes into that sticky mode.
Yeah.
It'll all go through the different changes, and it goes to eventually like chewing gum after an hour.
Yeah.
So the longer you leave it, the more you can keep it to dome, because the low viscosity turns, because the particles stick together, it starts to dome anyway.
Doming.
But if you want a true dome, the first one's best one. This is great for moulds.
Great for your moulds. Your price point today on this, which is a perfect pair, £8.95. We've rolled that down to you today, £8.95, and that's a perfect pairing. That's essentially all you need.
That's all you need. Yeah. So you've got your clear in there as well. So if you wanted to just do a clear window, if you like, first over the piece of material, you've got that with the clear. And then you've got the colours as well. So for what's that, under 35? Is it? I think.
Absolutely.
£40. Say you can actually create your pieces with your colours as well, and colours in resin are beautiful, and you can make like faux gemstones. I've done sort of like lapis lazuli, and I've got gold leaf, so if you the beautiful gilding flakes, that's the ones I'm looking for. You just pop them in and make these beautiful gemstone looking like cabochons or whatever you want. It's so versatile. I know I keep saying it's versatile, but it really is. Right, so in the cabochon mould, not cabochon,
bezel.
Yeah, and what's she called?
Cameo. I feel like I'm on Pointless then.
I think I might call her Valerie.
The chase. All right, yeah, Valerie.
So when we're going to get this little mould, so the smallest one on that cameo mould fits perfectly into your oval bezel. If I just pop her on there, you can see she fits absolutely perfectly on there. Now there's 2 ways to get her to stick on there. You can either use a 2-part epoxy resin glue, because when you're gluing anything with resin, you have to use epoxy resin 2-part glue the same. So when I've made the bails like on this one here, so I've actually glued the bail onto the back, just wire wrapped a bale and then just glued it onto the back. You have to use a 2-part epoxy glue as well, okay? So you do need to have those two. The same medium has to work together, so you can't use your hypo cement, you can't use your glue that's extra super. It will eat away at the resin and it will melt it and it will just fall apart. So it'll stick for about an hour and then you've given it away as a gift and it all falls apart. So you need that. But what you can do is use your resin, your clear resin, to stick it in. So use this as like a glue. So all I'm going to do is pop a little tiny bit into my mold, into my bezel, sorry. Now what I tend to do at home is I stick these bezels down on low tack masking tape. So I put a little bit of low tack masking tape and I stick them down so they don't move around.
Okay.
So I've just popped a little tiny bit of resin in there, and it doesn't have to go right to the very side, and all I'm going to do is just drop her on. Valerie, get in there, Valerie, and give her a little push, and that's it. And all you need to do now is let her set for 12 hours, 12 to 24 hours in your airing cupboard, somewhere which is dust free. That's a really good point as well. If you can cover it with a takeaway tub or something like that, just to cover it so no particles. If you've got pets at home, like my Dolly Daydream, her hair gets everywhere, and you'll get a Dolly Daydream hair halfway through it. You know, so you don't want
when
any
you
of that.
find them. Yeah. It's nice, isn't it?
In your sandwich.
I get it on the show all the time.
Yeah,
you know, it's a Sunday I've not seen my dog since Friday morning. You're like, oh, mulberry hair. In fact, I've got one here. Look, isn't that nice?
Oh, you have. Yeah, I could have bought that in some resin for you.
Next time.
So that's how you're going to set your cameo into these beautiful bezels. But what you can do if you don't want to set it into a bezel is you can drill it, and resin's very, very easy to drill. Oh, even though I can just chuck it around. So I don't know what we're going to call her, Frida.
Yeah, good old Fried.
So Frida's been drilled straight through her head. She didn't mind, don't worry. And all you're going to use that is you can either use a hand drill, so a pin vice drill, you know, the small ones that you could drill your silver clay with, say, or your polymer clay.
Yeah.
I use a Dremel, and what I tend to do with a Dremel is I tend to put a little mark, so get a scribe or something like that, and make a little dent in it first so that the drill doesn't scoot around over the top and scratch it. And I always drill from the back to the front, so I always start here and drill through from the back. So if it did dance around, it would only scratch the back. It wouldn't damage the front, okay? So then I use mine on a very low setting, so it's quite slowly goes through, because if it's fast and it scoots around, you can quite quickly damage it.
Yeah.
So that's the other way. Or like we said, you can use a glue. So you can either put a resin to glue your piece on, or you can actually get a 2-part epoxy glue.
Okay.
And you can get those from most a lot of hardware shops you can get those from. So that's how you can use your cameos into however you want to set them. I personally think that these bezels were just made for them.
Perfect for it, aren't they?
And I mean, when you think that's cost pence, I mean, it does look like an onyx and a carved shell.
Yeah, like a shell on an onyx. Yeah, you're right. It really does.
Lovely look. Now, when you want to finish your pieces of resin off, because when you get your resin out of the moulds, you may have a little bit of rough area. So you can see there, I don't know if you can see that very well. You see there's a little tiny bit of resin just sticking up there.
A little chippy bit.
Yeah, just where it's just spilt over on the mould.
Yeah.
Very easy. Just get an emery board. Now you do need to wet this, so I haven't got any water here with me. Just wet your emery board so you don't want to breathe in the resin dust. It's not dangerous in the amount that you're actually, but it's good practice to get into just in case you are going to do a big piece like a paperweight. And just like you would file your copper sheet or your sterling silver sheet, just go around the edge and just neaten up all the edges. And now you can see just that little tiny bit has now completely all gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
And it becomes more of a nice finish. If you want to polish your resin, car polish. So something that RS, the next letter, RS.
LMNOPQRST.
Cut. I wasn't going to say it because it's a brand. See, I was trying to be really clever.
Cut.
Yeah, it's a car polish.
Oh,
but
you've lost me.
It polishes red. So a clear car polish. Don't put a red car polish on your pink piece of resin.
No.
But yeah, a clear car polish will buff it up. It won't shine this like we said before, this isn't a shiny material, but if you look at something like the feathers or the butterfly, it will shine that beautifully.
Love that. Fleur, thank you so much. You've taken us through so much. We've learnt so much. We've seen some stunning designs. Now, I have been flashing you with this for the last 10 minutes, and I've got a sneaky other one coming up. I'm going to bring this to you actually in my next 20 minutes or so after the break, just because we do need to go to a break now. So I bring you these, but we'll keep some examples out so I can show you exactly what we've got here. Coming up straight after the break though, I have got a star buy, which is the one that Fleur said she would have chosen it herself over the necklace she's got on now if she could have done. I'm bringing to you stunning spinel with 925 chain. Me and Fleur back with you in a few minutes.
A lot of people get confused about the difference between white gold, yellow gold and rose gold. In fact, many people actually think it comes out the ground 3 different colours. The reality is all gold when it comes out the ground is yellow. It's that bright, vibrant colour that we're used to seeing as gold. So how do we get white gold and how do we get rose gold? Well, all gold that we buy, whether it be 9K, 14K, 18K, is all an alloy of different metals and the gold. So to turn it rose gold, in with the gold we blend copper. That gives us that lovely warm rose gold colour. And then to turn from yellow gold all the way to white gold, and that's why we always say white gold's the most expensive, is we have to alloy it with other expensive metals like silver, palladium and platinum to convert yellow all the way to white. And the higher the purity, so start at 9K, 14K, 18K, the higher the purity, like 18K, the harder it is to get that beautiful white colour.
Gemma Crow brings you into the world of patina. You'll create stunning effects with the guidance of Gemma right beside you. This DVD includes adding texture to your designs, preparing your metal, applying the patina, neutralizing process, and finally, the finishing process. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information. Aquamarine is one of the world's most popular and well-known gemstones, often found with great clarity in a light yet energetic blue. Aquamarine is a real favourite of many gem collectors. As a member of the beryl family, aquamarine's characteristic pale blue colour is created by the presence of iron. Gemstones that are coloured by nature in this way are known as allochromatic. This birthstone for March is highly sought after for its clarity, transparency and undeniable calmness.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, wonderful ladies and gentlemen. Sit there, you beauty. It's lovely to